Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the OCA podcast. I am your host with the most, Reese2753. Joining me tonight is Random 11.
Hello.
And Green Line.
Pointing out a slight inaccuracy. We'd like to gather around our mics every single week, but we barely managed to do that, so I question it.
We try.
And the reason we are later than planned, but no.
Hey.
Blame FDDM.
Thank you for putting me on the spot like that.
You're welcome. Anytime.
Here, I'll put him on the spot. He forgot to play the actual intro.
Whoa!
Well, I don't see it in the list here, but it's all right. We can move on.
Whatever. Anyway, so moving right along so that we can get this show done before Brad comes back.
Speed run.
So, if you'd like to support us at
Randy's
this
got the time.
absolutely phenomenal show that we put on for you every week, you can support us by joining the Patreon. And if you want to support the Anime Collector directly, you can join his Patreon, which only charges you by the video, and you probably won't get paid for another 5 years. Or charged for the next 5, sometime within the next 5 years, maybe. And if you'd like to support us further, you can go to the ocapodcast.com/support, and you can donate monthly or donate once, denomination of your choice. And this is joined through PayPal. And if you're wondering why we're plugging this so hard, we've kind of in the red. So if you want to help us get out of the red, that would be greatly appreciated, but only if you have the funds and means to do so. Don't think it's a requirement or anything. And if you want to help us by helping yourself, you can go to our affiliate link for the Tenga store, which is currently having a sale. And if I can... Yeah.
Was that an ocarina-shaped one?
Yeah. You too can be a hero by buying yourself a Tenga. So, jumping right in, Rachael Lillis has a GoFundMe, and you'll know Rachael Lillis as the voice of Misty and Justy from Team Rocket, and the original voice of Charlotte in Berserk. and also Mito from Hunter x Hunter, and all these other characters. And she has breast cancer that has spread to her spine, which has made it she can barely walk due to it. And so this GoFundMe is for helping with her medical needs, hiring an in-home nurse to help her out. So currently at $65,000 of the $20,000 goal. So yeah, I'd say it's pretty much in the bag. But if you want to help her out on that, link of that will also be in the doc.
Yeah, fuck cancer, dude. Damn, we already lost fucking Billy Kametz, and now it's like Rachael Lillis, and it's just like, oh, fuck.
Billy Kametz. Or went out for Billy Kametz.
Dude, when I scrolled on Twitter, I thought it was like someone retweeted, I think, her sharing that GoFundMe, and it said, help my sister. So I thought it was her sister, and it didn't even say what it was. It just said medical needs. So this is all just hitting me like a train. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, Rachael Lillis' sister is the one who's set it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Help my sister, Rachael. So, moving right along, since we can't stop this train.
Hold on. No, well, you can do it. I want to address a comment.
Okay.
Old man says, AC got his new laptop yet? Yes, he has. He got the, I think, M1 whatever MacBook. However, he is not here, obviously. He may pop in later. He had some business thing to go to today. So.
You mean like M3 or something? Aren't they up to that now?
I don't know. Whatever. The ARM-based chip, whatever it is. He likes it. He says it's really fast and everything's good.
But, yeah, he says he likes it.
I hope so.
Unfortunately, he had the flood, which kind of screwed him for his office.
He got foot-numbed.
Yeah, you guys both are sharing some water there.
For those of you who are not in the Discord, AC's toilet broke because of apparent earthquake. And that bathroom is right behind the office where he usually hosts it. And so that room flooded because the toilet broke. And they had to pull everything out, and the assessors found asbestos. So they're going to have to do a whole lot of shit to that area. So he's probably not going to be able to get back to hosting from his office for the next month or so. Just a heads up. Oh. Speaking of.
Can you guys hear me okay? Hold on, let me make sure.
You're okay.
A little low.
You're not the greatest.
All right. I just wanted to say hello and tell you how great it is to be in Texas. Hold on. I'll go this way.
The first OCA blog or vlog.
Yeah. So
he's done this before.
Yeah, I did. I did this in Vegas. It was the last time I was at one of these events. So I just want to say how great it is to be here. How do I turn the camera around? Hold on. There it is. Yeah. So literally across the street from the seminar, we're in a place they call the Gayborhood.
Nice.
I'm not even kidding. Like, that's what the locals here call it. I just want to show you. Like, you can see this from the seminar room. We got the
I've seen one of those.
Yeah. So.
Oh, those tire marks are hate crimes.
Yeah. Anyway.
No, that's just having the BLM representation, okay?
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and get some dinner, and I'll try to join the stream after I get back to the hotel. But I just wanted to pop in and say hello. Good luck. Fund the Patreon. Goodbye.
Okay.
That's all I got time for. And I don't know how to quit the app. There it is. All right, hold on. Wait, here it is. All right, peace.
Bye.
All right.
Good timing. We were right in the middle of.
Yeah, perfect timing.
Yeah.
That's
live reporter AC there.
At least he wasn't live reporting with the crotch cam.
Yeah. That was something.
So, who's got pickups?
I do.
I have one, and I didn't take a picture of it.
Oh.
We'll go grab it and put it on your camera then.
At least you're back in your
my
office.
camera's not set up. I barely got this PC working.
Well, hurry the fuck up and take a picture of it.
Tokyo ESP, the limited edition. I found this on eBay. These are my last of my eBay pickups. And then I picked up the last of my. I think this is the last of what I'm going to get from Gonagai. Is the common, the naked ninja lady.
That glare is making it hard to see, but it's probably
my
for
bad.
The best.
Sorry.
No, but no, it's probably for the best.
Well, probably for the best as he flashes the entirety of the. How the fuck do you pronounce this one? Alcazador de la Bruja from Funimation.
Alcazador de la Bruja.
Bruja, excuse me. I know how to pronounce Spanish despite being half Hispanic. Yeah, I'm totally good with that. And part 2. That was like $15 on eBay. So like fucking steal for both parts. And then I don't know what we consider to be holy grails around here, but I picked up a grail of mine that I've been wanting for some time. Don't know if I'll get the rest of the series because it's questionable, but Maid Cookie.
Yeah, good luck on that one.
Yeah, I know, right? Very expensive, but the early parts are pretty affordable, but everything else is like, well, there goes my kidney.
The print run for all of them decreases as the series went. Probably.
Yeah. So good luck finding the whole thing.
Old man says
I don't remember anything. Oh no. Well, so long as you don't remember that it was bad, old man, that's the part that matters, right?
That's true. Unmemorable is better than memorable for being bad. So, let's see. So, Footnum, I keep hitting the remove button for some reason. So, pickups from the Discord. Mirage Leonardo picked up Inuyasha DVD box sets 2, 3, and 4. So he paid $12 in total for all 3. And then Randy
picked up a scuffed version.
Well, it's not terrible, but the Amazon delivery person definitely just kind of plunked it down and bent my corner there. My Yu Yu Hakusho.
Should have chased after him with a hockey stick. Teach him a lesson.
Yeah. So I've ordered a replacement. It also came dented.
Oof.
Similarly. So I've ordered a third replacement.
Yeah.
And that one will be coming on Monday. See how that one turns out.
Yeah.
Watch, they're just sending you the same one back every time.
Oh, no, he's holding on to all of them before he returns any of them.
Yeah, they don't. I'm not gonna let them do that to me.
Yeah, Seb, I feel your pain too.
I remember AC's had like 5 copies of, I think, Haven't You Heard I'm Sakamoto, or was it Squid Girl or something? Because they kept showing up damaged. All right.
I couldn't find anything past volume 4 of Maison Ikoku, and that was almost 10 years ago.
So,
Blu-ray when?
As far as I've heard, it's basically unlicensable.
Yeah, I was joking.
Yeah. So
I don't really know it, but I assumed because of the status of the Holy Grail stuff that it was not going to be happening. Anyway.
So the Suzume producer Kouichirou Itou confesses to paying underage girl for sex. So previously we reported that he was charged only for like requesting dirty pictures or something.
Just gets worse and worse with this guy.
But somehow we missed it because this was posted on March 4th. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, These
Question is, did she go through with it? Or did she go, ew, old man, no way?
Well, I mean, in theory, if he paid her, probably went through with it.
Yeah.
But if you're paying like a 13-year-old 20,
she probably took the money and ran to the police.
Well, who knows? Maybe she was like convinced that it was a good thing, and like, oh, hey, I'm making, I don't know how much you pay her, like a couple $1,000s. It's like, oh, this is cool. All I
Right.
have to do, like,
Right.
There's
It's sleazy, but it's just like I wouldn't blame her if she went through with it. It's like if he paid her like thousands of dollars, it's like
there's a reason why there's an age cap for these kind of things.
Hopefully, today's youth wouldn't be smart enough to realize that that's still stupid to do.
Hopefully, yeah.
Well, I remember the story of Epstein, right? And the girls that he was like having massage people, they were just happy to get like the $200 every time they went and massaged someone, right? And they're like, "Oh, cool!" And then it went up from there. So who knows what he was doing with that person? Not a good story, anyway. Moving on.
Yeah. So in Kickstarter news, Gregory Horror Show has failed its goal. Just barely over half. So there's that. And sadly, the Wild 02 didn't make a quarter of its goal.
Yeah. That one didn't look promising last week or whenever we.
I thought it looked pretty cool.
No, I just mean in terms of meeting its goal.
Oh, right. Yeah. So that's a shame. Hopefully they try again by some other means.
Pretend that Peter has cancer. Yeah. And then they'll get their funding.
Yeah, so a rumor. Netflix's One Piece to race swap Nico Robin. Alleged season 2 casting call seeks Latina actress for role of Straw Hat's archaeologist.
That's strange, seeing as though she's Russian, but
or
supposed to be Russian. Excuse me.
From Russia, not that was a country, not a race. To be fair.
Yeah, there are black Russians.
But to fill everyone in, Oda picked, or Oda was asked where everyone would be from if they were from Earth, like from the real world, and he chose a country, except Usopp, who he chose a continent. He mashed them up, like Luffy would be from Brazil and all that stuff. So, but he didn't say there were that race specifically.
I didn't realize that Nami's sister was race swapped in the.
Yeah,
I think
that's
we knew that ages ago, but we just kind of forgot.
No, we commented on it back then. But so along with her, I forget her name. Nojiko, yeah. The original anime, Toei decided to use darker skin tones for a lot of the characters. Even like Zoro had darker skin tones. And you can tell there with Robin. Mm-hmm. And it was never depicted that way in the color. So
see how white she is? Same color as Nami.
Yeah, an official colored image from Oda. And so when they did the time skip around episode 530 or whatever it was, Toei updated the art style and made all of the characters more lighter.
Right. I like to argue that, I mean, it has no bearing on the manga, but like for the anime, I like to argue that Nico Robin was in a desert, sunny spot for several, like probably years, at least for a few years working with crocodiles. So she would, in theory, develop a tan, but
she looks the exact same color as Nami. Why did they race swap her?
Yeah, she is a slightly darker, but like again in the anime she's slightly darker, but in the manga, but
like they're the exact same color here.
The idea that like people can't tan is
That's
weird.
fan art, Reese.
Oh, whatever. Fuck off.
But so I see why people would have an issue with her being Mexican, but also I think that her depiction is racially ambiguous enough that as like I think if they pick the right actor just because they're Mexican, I don't think that would disqualify, or Latino or whatever. I don't think that would disqualify her or the actor from being a good fit, right? I don't think this is as egregious as some other casting choices.
Like no Chico.
But obviously we have to see who they cast.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so Netflix reveals that Terminator Zero anime is to premiere worldwide on August 29th. So, got a couple
Skynet,
screenshots.
the anime?
Yeah. Just a couple screenshots here. And some more screenshots. So what do you guys think about the Terminator?
It's the gender swapped ghost in the show.
I'll be back.
If Arnold doesn't voice it at some point, I don't mind.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to be mid at best. That's, but I'm happy to be wrong. So if it's good, I mean, but I honestly think these type of things are going to be mid. Like I had high hopes for like Ninja Kamui and shit, and it's just like,
honestly, I feel like they've done so much with Terminator since first one. Obviously, we're at like 6 movies now or something stupid.
Yeah.
And basically the first 2 are good. The third one is like, maybe you can accept it, and then it's like off a cliff after that. So I would prefer they just focus on a new story about AI robots taking over the world. Like,
yeah,
but this is what we get in 2024.
Yeah.
Or later. I don't know when it's coming in, but I guess August.
So Rumble is now banned in Russia. So
Rest in peace.
should I read all of this, or do you think that's basically just it?
I think that's it.
Yeah. Sucks. Russia, like you wouldn't expect Russia to ban something. But maybe they don't like people talking shit about Russia, so that's what happens when you.
All our Russian viewers have to use YouTube, I guess.
Yeah. The Ghost Cat Anzu anime film reveals a new trailer, cast, and more. So it looks basically like Garfield. My first impressions of this.
Garfield.
Garfield.
Is he going to be voiced by Chris Pratt?
Considering I'm gonna bet my left nut that G Kids is gonna pick this up, it's probably a high possibility.
Actually, honestly, now that I think of it, the Terminator, they're instead of Arnold, they'll get Chris Pratt. You're right.
Oh yeah.
I'll be back.
Yeah. That's not the voice. I'm still
yeah, Chris Pratt, go do Terminator. Bill Murray, go do this cat thing. Whatever goes cat.
Shit, what did I just open? Whatever. I'll figure it out. So, Sword of the Demon Hunter premieres on June 27th.
So it's a bootleg player?
Maybe. I might watch it. So yeah, so with it starting on June 27th instead of in July, it's probably going to be 14 episodes, maybe.
Interesting.
I've been killing slimes for 300 years and maxed out my level season 2 anime. Adds Beelzebub to tease a visual. Whoever that is, I imagine it's probably this one back here.
When are we going to start getting like the titles that include like the word season in the title?
Have you not seen Villain Saga season 2?
No, he means like something like Story of Seasons season 2 or something. Right?
Villain Saga season 2 literally has season 2 in the logo.
So. Oh. Well, that's not really what I meant, but like
Konosuba 2 and 3 have the 2 and 3 in the title.
Yeah, that's again.
He doesn't mean that.
Like, if the first season of the episode was like, I leveled up my season to infinity. You know, that's the title. First season. It's not season 2. And it's just a play on words, you know. Anyway. So, a thing I thought
sounds like a you problem.
These nuts.
2.5 Dimensional Seduction TV anime premieres on July 5th. So we've talked about this before. But yeah, now we got a release date. It's for July 5th. So this one looks pretty good. The strongest magician is the Demon Lord's army was a human, and it clears up with Sati in the new character trailer.
Jesus.
So I'm guessing that's Sati. So yeah. Moving right along. Mysterious Disappearances anime unveils a special Maid Day illustration. Yeah.
Oh my lord.
Are you not watching this?
No.
Why? No, I want to. I want to watch it.
Did that girl on the right like suck up the other two?
Yeah, that's why I want to watch it. I've been seeing the girl on the right all over Twitter, and I'm just like,
Nice. The opening is pretty spicy, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Is it on Crunchyroll or is it on like?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
It is. You are Miss Servant. Anime share special Maid Day illustration. Okay. That's a thing.
Go back to the illustration. It's got a look to it. My CG detectors are going off, but it's like can't be, right?
Mm-hmm.
Must just be the lighting that they've drawn on.
Yeah.
Maybe some
serious shading detail.
Those the laces look like a computer tool made them, but anyway.
Anyway, I don't see I have anything else to say.
Nope.
Why does nobody remember me in this world? Huh?
Because you're too emo.
Not leaving a very good of an impression, not gonna lie.
Is that the Black Swordsman gender bent?
Oh, is it this guy? No wonder he looks like a generic cookie cutter protagonist.
Yeah.
That's why nobody remembers you. You're a dime a dozen, loser.
The title's gonna be like,
whoa, that's quite the suck mouth.
Nobody remember me in this world.
Yeah, but the title could have been better. Could be like, I was summoned to another world and I defeated everyone there and became the most popular person in the world. But then I was summoned again. Now
we want title, not a light novel.
That's the point, Freeze. That's the point.
That's
God damn it.
How about just forgettable hero and just leave it at that?
No, it's not long enough, Freeze. We need them longer.
Are you a size queen, Randy?
You need the light novel companion to preempt you for the show.
The title of the show is just like a full light novel.
Akira Konno's Kujima Utaeba I Hororo comedy manga gets anime. Hororo.
What kind of a schlong do you need for that mouth?
Maybe he eats neck.
That's a proboscis.
Oh, it's an extrusion. What kind of coochie do you need to fit that in? Sorry.
Oh, it is. I think I still say the same thing. You just need a long neck. What the fuck is this?
That's the character design. It looks exactly like the other one.
It's an animator's fever dream. He's like, he just did a line and was like, oh, I know what we're gonna do. Oh.
It's like the Slender Man of
Oyasumi Pun was not depressing.
Is this Japan's equivalent of Pedo Bear, the Pedo Penguin?
That's the Slender Man of Penguin. That is what it is.
I mean, that family looks like there's adults in it, so I don't know if that would fit the description.
They're all 13. Come on, Whitnam.
This kid's still in middle school.
He's 7.
No, he's in kindergarten.
That guy that almost looks like a businessman, he's only 17.
Yeah.
He's living alone by himself because his parents were killed by the Slender Penguin.
Yeah, the Slender Penguin killed his parents and moved in. Call me daddy now.
And he had to become a salary man.
Bend over and give me that
Japanese person.
Takako Shimura's Yuri manga, Iwajima Yake, gets an anime and an adaptation. I have no idea why this was shared. Anyway, that was Takako. What did I just do? Crap.
You're doxing our source code.
Can you remove? Yeah, thank you. How did I get there?
Wow, what a noob!
How the fuck did I get there?
He was making fun of me earlier for setting up a specific Chrome instance. Just for
I wasn't
sharing.
making fun of you. I was appreciating the ingenuity.
Sure. Old Man says, if you watch the show for maid cafes, you're going to be disappointed. There's a maid cafe, but it's not the focus of the anime. That seems like they're lying on the tin.
Talking about mysterious disappearances, old man? Because I don't care. I've seen the main girl, and she is.
Oh, if it wasn't clear, that I think they were in the maid outfits because they were celebrating Maid Day.
Yeah.
As like I guess that's like a national Maid Day or whatever.
Yeah, that's the article we read. It was just a little promotional thing.
I don't think it necessarily means that was going to be in the anime.
So don't worry, old man. We're not going to watch it because of maids. We're going to watch it because of titties.
Well,
there is a maid cafe.
The newest episode has maids in it.
Yeah, that's Old Man says there is a maid cafe, not.
Yeah. So I'm ready to screen share again. Apologies. Right. Detective Conan author Gosho Aoyama's Yaiba manga receives a new anime adaptation. Aoyama will also
didn't even know he had
not
another.
Kimetsu no Yaiba. God, all these Demon Slayer like bootlegs. What's up with them?
Apparently, the show already had an adaptation back in the 90s before Detective Conan started the manga.
I don't care. Why are they all ripping off Demon Slayer? Like,
why is this thing that clearly came out before Demon Slayer ripping Demon Slayer off? God damn it.
Yeah. Seriously.
Why don't you go into the future, see what's popular, and then write something that's not popular yet in the future?
Like, you still gotta admire Gosho Aoyama's dedication to his work. Like, holy shit, man. He's doing, like, fucking Detective Conan weekly or something. Like, is it weekly or is it monthly? Whatever it is. Still going on that strong. Daily. And also, adding stuff for the anime. And now he's supervising.
That is the next innovation. We'll make it daily Shonen Jump. Huh? Yeah, keep up with that, bitches in Japan.
We get one page at a time. Or no, probably like one panel at a time. Well, that'd be at least one page.
You could do like hourly Shonen Jump with that.
Yeah. Alright. Moving right along. Possibly the greatest alchemist of all time announced for January 2025. Possibly, I don't like this wishy-washy language. I need definitive, concrete.
You need to know that he absolutely is the Chad of alchemy.
Seriously. She looks like that one quintessential quintuplets show character designs. But that
I don't know, man.
Nice. Nicer.
You think so? I don't know. I like the elf better.
Yeah, I'm still going with red here. You like what are your thoughts on the spider?
Reminds me too much of So What, I'm a Spider Now, or whatever the hell that thing is.
But I mean, Random 11, it doesn't have feet. It just has little pokes. It's got 8 chances to not let you down with feet. And all 8 they deliver.
Speaking of Summon Spider Blur Up, where the fuck is that physical release?
Nothing of value was lost.
Still rendering in the CG farm.
I like that show. I'd buy it.
I haven't seen it, but it gives me the cringe aids before I've even watched it.
Sunrise Robot Laboratory Project releases experimental movie Aura Battler Dumblind Side L.
They're taking the L in animated form?
Do you think we can play this?
Without the audio?
Yeah, I don't have any audio, so because I'm on.
Just skip into the frames. Like, just click onto different parts so we can see what it's like rendered out. Wow.
Amazing.
That's the retro.
CG.
They got flashbacks, retro flashbacks. Ooh, I don't know if I like that. Why didn't you just reanimate it?
I don't think that's flashbacks. I think they're literally just saying, 700 years ago, we made this epic super Giga Chad anime, and
it's like
now
a trailer?
it's coming back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Side R, which pairs with Side L, will also be available in the future. Side L and R each have multiple
Side
meanings.
hard R.
L inside L means legacy and legend. R inside R means respect, refine, and revolution. Sidebar will also feature new settings, such as new weapons and new music from different music artists that will add a new taste to the work. Okay.
He looks like that outfit looks like King Arthur and the Knights of Justice.
This one here?
Look,
yeah.
Even if the new one is full of CG and crap, like it's still nice. Better than not getting a new thing to revive like interest in an ancient show. So it's like you can get a companion of it to see what would be like in modern day.
Well, I mean, at least it's not reviving a show that's already super popular that has 7 revivals already.
7 reboots.
7 deadly reboots. Alright, so a new survey says anime is no longer for teens. A new survey reveals that anime viewership in its home country is the lowest among teenagers, a stark contrast to audiences in the US.
Are they about to tell us that after all it is for kids, anime is for kids, get a life and go home?
Probably going to be the opposite, actually.
For adults, it's all hentai. It's all tentacle rape.
I approve this idea.
That would be hilarious if they actually did a statistic where it's like the 7 billion people that exclusively watch like hentai as their consumption of anime are considered in the pool, so it lopsides it.
So, according to a recent survey conducted by Dream Train Internet Company, Japanese teenagers now rank the lowest in terms of anime viewership among all age demographics. The study aimed to identify the most popular anime genres and the prevailing preferences among various demographics domestically, revealing some intriguing findings. For Japanese PR agency PR Times, a survey conducted by Japanese research company Dream Train Internet Company analyzed data from 500 female and male participants in Japan aged 15 to 59. The participants were asked what type of anime they watch. So the lowest they go is 15. Last I saw, a teenager was 13. And you could even say a 12-year-old would be a preteen. So I think should have added 3 years to this age range.
Yeah, that could be a crucial time. Like half the protagonists are 14, right? These 15-year-olds are going to be like, ugh, not my age.
Yeah, seriously. Like 15, you're in high school. So it's probably frowned upon to be watching anime by your peers. Your hoity-toity peers watching Big Bang Theory or whatever it is.
Oh, no.
The participants were asked what types of anime they watch, both popularity by anime genre, then analyzed across gender, age, and annual income. The resulting charts
among non-binary Japanese teens, we found that they liked.
So, Japanese teens watch less anime than all other age demographics in this survey. Probably because they're too busy studying. So, that's too small for me to make. Anime options: action, battle, romance, historical, medical, suspense, mystery, science fi, fantasy, horror. You mean isekai? Comedy, family, slice of life, sports, music. I don't watch it. That's a genre. I don't watch anime. That's an absolute genre. Survey results revealed that among all participants, 75% reported that they watch anime, with the leading demographic being middle-aged males. So unexpectedly, teenage respondents exhibited the lowest viewership, with 33.7% indicating no interest in anime, easily surpassing all other age brackets. This revelation
is probably because all the isekai are like middle-aged men being reincarnated as a child or whatever.
So, what was I? The revelation is somewhat startling, considering that the bulk of popular anime belong to the shonen or shoujo-based demographics, which are typically aimed at boys and girls, respectively aged approximately 12 to 18. See, they should have started with 12. They didn't get the full target demographic in there for teenagers. They should have started at 12. These numbers would have been completely different. Yeah. Surprisingly, converse trends emerge when comparing a recent survey of U.S. anime viewers, where the vast majority belong to either the millennial or Gen Z demographic. The COVID-19 anime surge notably boosted viewership in the West, yet Japanese statistics paint a contrasting picture. Less surprisingly, Japanese teenagers who do watch anime reported that their most commonly watched genres were action, battle, and romance. So battle and action anime reign supreme, as does romance for Generation Z. Okay. Indeed, action battle anime was the most popular anime genre across all demographics. As a genre, it's historically performed well across all ages and genders, evidenced by the popularity of series like Jujutsu Kaisen, One Piece, Demon Slayer, and Dragon Ball. Although romance anime is also very popular, it only came in as the 5th most popular genre in the survey results, below action battle, science fiction, fantasy, horror, comedy, and suspense and mystery. Interestingly, teenagers are recorded as the highest demographic of romance anime viewers. Gen Z globally missed out on several years of important human interactions during COVID-19, possibly prompting them to seek alternative venues for emotional connection, which the researchers stated may have led to the audience boost in romance anime. It's important to take into account that the data was self-reported, so the information coming in may have been biased. Additionally, factors such as the retention rates among anime viewers, where those introduced into anime at a young age are more likely to continue, and the increasingly demanding educational and professional landscapes for young individuals could impact viewing habits. Gen Z audiences in Japan in particular might find themselves with less leisure time to dedicate watching anime. However, as the media landscape is constantly evolving, these preferences could be the result of changing cultural norms or simply brought responses to influential series that set new trends in motion. Okay. I called it. Apparently the Teenage Mutant Turtles and He-Man are teaming up in a comic series coming from Dark Horse.
They're not Ninja Turtles now? The Teenage Mutant Turtles?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are teaming up with He-Man.
You didn't say ninja.
I didn't. The ninja was silent, as all ninjas should be.
You were just afraid to say the hard N.
No. So, yeah, that's a thing. Looks not very good. Like, what the hell is going on with He-Man's face?
Oh my lord.
What the hell is Donatello's face doing? This is Donatello, right? Or is this Leonardo? Mirage Leonardo, is this you?
One. The leader. It is.
Yeah, Leonardo's blue.
Yeah, that's a thing. Moving on. So the first run of Shohei Ohtani's picture book soared in price after his disgraced interpreter is airbrushed out. So Shohei Ohtani had a picture book, and in it, his interpreter was pictured, but in reprints, he has now been removed. So that first edition with the interpreter still in it has gone up in price for resale value. So I thought that was pretty funny. And that's it for me. Randy, take it away.
Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on. Before we continue, let's check out the chat. Can you trust the anime survey? No. A lot of people may not want to admit watching anime. True. And it's like asking people their politics. They say one thing on the survey, but the voting results don't match. Yeah.
All right. Ready?
Go for it.
Okay. So Uedin Chronicles translation mod fixes unnecessary internet slang. Translation mod, yeah. Watch it get removed though. A translation mod for Uedin Chronicles aims to be more faithful to the Japanese script by removing some of the more inspired additions, such as words like chud and more porse that isn't found in the original characterizations. Prose, right? Prose.
It's like a writing thing.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. Characterizations.
Also, I think chud is the thing that was eluding me the other day, or the other podcast, when it was like that was a much more egregious one to the ones that we did look over that were just kind of like what was that thing? She was rubbing the lens and just rub a dub flub, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, chud is just absurd, especially in this like fantasy whatever thing.
Yeah.
Characterizations of the many characters in the game. Apart from the internet slang, the mod also fixes grammatical mistakes that slipped by the quality checkers, with the only caveat being that the mod needs to be reinstalled with every new update, especially with a game like this that is still undergoing bug fixes and the like. Although a sequel was recently revealed to be planned. So here's some screenshots. Sigh, another muscle brain chud gets changed to Sigh, another meathead. Now be gone with you. You're supposed to be my distraction. So get out there and start distracting. You mule. Now you're was changed to now get going. You're supposed to be my distraction, so get out there and start distracting. Go. Can't get called a mule. I'm not gonna read all these, but you get it. All right. Fam, we are so close to the I guess his goal. I don't know why he has this goal as 150, but his goal was originally 100,000 signatures for free Stellar Blade, which is his plan to try and get the original costumes back into Stellar Blade. So they almost have 89,000 signatures. Yeah, sign the petition if you want. I don't think it'll do much. He thinks his plan is to like print out all of the signatures and physically send it to them. I think that they'll see that as spam, but anyway, we'll see what happens. That's his current plan, though. So the Tomb Raider mobile crossover had some weird wording in their game. We must return the crown to the demons out of respect. Shame, I want to admire this relic a bit longer. Cultural heritage is important. You can't just take it away from people. Well, from demons in this case, the crown must be returned. So
I like the scroll down just one more to that image. That's a good pirate always never takes what doesn't belong to him.
Yeah, she's now fighting on behalf of the people that lost the treasure, I guess, and stealing it back. She's now Robin Hood of tomb raiding. This comment says, Embracer is letting Lara Croft become Laura Soft. This is peak soy material. Modern gaming, everyone. Yeah. Some of these properties are not doing so hot. Although we're going to get into what Embracer Group is looking at right now, so might explain a few things. Okay. Sorry. Okay, Warner Brothers. So we're going to do a marathon of just reading the headline because all of these are relatively about the same thing. And we're going to stop if you have comments. Warner Brothers Discovery admits to taking 200 million loss on Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Game did not do very well. Remedy reveals 2023 revenue declined by 24% in fourth quarter despite Alan Wake 2 release. Sweet Baby Inc. influenced Alan Wake 2 still has not recouped its budget. Weird way of phrasing their title. Microsoft gaming CEO Phil Spencer admits recent Activision Blizzard layoffs were partially undertaken due to falling industry profits. So I feel like there's this quote from John Lasseter, the guy who ran Pixar. I tried to find it earlier. I couldn't find it.
Hold on.
Lasseter?
Hold on. Lasseter. You're pronouncing like you did every single time you said it. Lasseter. Lasseter.
Whatever.
Not Lassinger.
I didn't say Lassinger.
He's just trying to de-argue, okay? That's all he's doing.
I may have slightly mispronounced his name. I'm sorry, John. So there's a quote from him. I couldn't find it, but it basically explained. He was basically explaining how the Hollywood industry moved away from 2D and moved to 3D for film animation, and he was saying that when someone makes a good movie like Toy Story or Shrek, other people look at that success and look at their failure in the 2D industry and think, oh, everyone in the industry must be moving away from 2D. 3D is where it's at. That's where we need to move. And they think it's because they were 3D that they did well. When in fact, no, because they were good movies. So everyone dropped 2D to move to 3D and then created really shit 3D movies and TV shows of the early 2000s. And obviously those didn't do well, but now we're stuck with 3D because now everyone knows.
Are you saying
3D.
kind of like, I mean, maybe this is not a good example, but the way that I look at some sales of anime releases, it's like, oh, this is only on DVD when it was made in like 2015 and has a Blu-ray or whatever. And it's like, oh, it didn't sell well. And it's like, well, for people like me, I didn't buy it because it wasn't Blu-ray, but they'll be like, oh, it wasn't a good show or something like that. Which to be fair, probably wasn't a great show if it wasn't going to sell at all.
Yeah.
But
well, and it happens often. You take away the wrong lesson, right? There was another example of this is when, although who knows what they actually believe, but what they were publicly saying when the Star Wars movie started failing, relatively speaking, they came out and said, well, we think that there's fatigue for Star Wars, so we're going to stop making them.
Right.
When it's like, I think
you're just
we could have
awful movies and games.
Yeah, I think we could have handled it if you were making good movies, I don't think it's Star Wars fatigue. I think it's fatigue from bad movies. So they're closing down all these studios And actually, same with Marvel too, right? Marvel's doing poorly right now, and so some people are saying, well, there's fatigue for superhero movies. But then Spider-Verse comes out and blows away box office numbers, and then it's like, oh, I thought people were done with superhero movies. It's like, no, they were done with shitty garbage that you've been spewing out, right? So, yeah, I hope they understand why people are not buying games. It's not because the industry is just moving away from games, like, oh, people don't want to play games anymore. Everyone's just, on TikTok or whatever. It's like, no, if you made good games, we'd play them again. It's just you're causing us not to want to play games because you're making shit games. Former World of Warcraft team lead Mark Kern says BlizzCon canceled because it loses money.
Does he run BlizzCon?
No, he doesn't work there anymore.
That's just his observation.
Well, they did announce that it was getting canceled. They aren't doing it anymore. It's because they're. I'll probably bring this up again later, but Microsoft is hurting for money, so they're trying to cut costs. And as you can see in this next article, Microsoft guts Bethesda workforce, shutters Redfall and Hi-Fi Rush studios in order to focus on our priority games. Xbox studio head says they need smaller games immediately after shutting down a small studio, which is the developers of Hi-Fi Rush.
Which is not only small, but successful.
Yeah, I heard some stuff about saying that they're not really that small in terms of like budget. That game was like a medium budget, not like small budget. But it definitely was successful. And there was also a campaign to like they would call it reverse review bomb, where they went in after the studio shut down to review the game
reviews.
positively. Which is kind of ironic because if they reviewed the game earlier that positively, maybe it would have done better. I don't know. But it was also a Game Pass game. It launched on Game Pass, so that may have affected it. Sometimes with Game Pass, if it's not like if the game comes out and it's not like I need to play this now, there isn't enough like word of mouth like Helldivers had to say like, well, I need to play this now. People, I can see how people would think like, well, I have it in Game Pass, so I don't need to play it now. It's there, right? Even though it in theory could. Other games, I think Hi-Fi Rush is owned by Microsoft, so it'd stay there forever. But other games do get removed from Game Pass.
Okay, I'm connecting the dots now with the whole. They're getting the wrong lesson of like, oh, this game, our games aren't doing that well. We need to cut back when it's Game Pass cannibalizing all of their sales. So they can't really measure that statistic well.
Well, yeah, they have, obviously, I would assume they would have playtime and like how many people installed it versus how many people are actually playing it. How many people went for all the achievements. They'd have all these stats to figure out if the game is doing well. But in terms of hard revenue, because it was a Game Pass game, it's probably not bringing in a lot of revenue, but on its own. And also, I don't know if the game time, like gameplay, the amount of time people are playing this game, is very high because of what I said earlier, in the fact that they know it's there, so there's no rush to go play it. Right? It's a single player game. Play it whenever. What game? Among Us. That game came out and it was like 2 years before it blew up, and it blew up because people were playing it on like Twitch and stuff, and it kind of went viral. This one would be harder to go viral because it's a single player game, I guess, but still, because there's no urgency, and it's because the mentality of like, well, I own it already. I could see that putting people off and then affecting the numbers, and then therefore affecting the fact that Microsoft thinks the game is bad or
Not to
not worth
mention
it.
that their physical media division's like diminishing. So I'm guessing this didn't even get a physical because it's a short
I don't
game.
think it did. Yeah, I don't think it
Yeah,
did.
exactly. So they can't even get that market of people that would
Yeah.
just throw it on their shelf at least.
Yeah. And so they're now saying like, well, we can't. They don't want to risk putting money behind a large game that's going to fail because they're super leveraged by their Bethesda buyout, and then on top of that, they're because they bought Bethesda when they started Game Pass. Their goal was acquire as much shit as possible to entice people to Game Pass. And during COVID, it kind of worked. There was also this glitch where, although it was not really a glitch, where it was kind of intended, where you could buy the code cards for Xbox Live Gold and then convert it to a Game Pass subscription for 1-to-1. So let's say, I don't remember what the prices were, but let's say Game Pass was $20 a month. Again, these numbers are off, but let's say it was $20 a month. Xbox Live Gold was $10 a month. So you could buy the year, like 12-month code card. You could load up 3 years of Xbox Live Gold, and then they'd always have these like introductory, like sign up for Game Pass for $1, and you go and do that, and then it would convert because the way their system was set up, it's the same thing like Game Pass and Xbox Live. So as soon as you paid that $1, it would convert all of your banked Xbox Live Gold time into Game Pass. So you'd get Game Pass essentially you'd get the upgrade for free, right? For the same cost as Xbox Live Gold. So a lot of people were doing this. And then, so that happened, and I'm sure that glitch, whatever, caused a lot of people to subscribe because they're like, well, if I can get it for cheaper, I'll do it, right? But it might not be worth it on its own. There's other reasons why currently their numbers are probably not as great as they were a couple years ago. But so because they were seeing these numbers increase for Game Pass, and because it was new at the time, they wanted to have the property, the IP, to entice people to buy Game Pass. So they bought all these companies. They bought Bethesda, they bought Activision Blizzard, right? They bought a bunch of tinier studios as well. And all of these are like leveraged buyouts, so they owe money on all of this shit. And then the studios that they are buying, Bethesda comes out with Starfield, that game tanks. They bought Activision Blizzard, with which Redfall was part of that deal. Redfall tanks, right? As soon as they come out with it, it tanks. So it's like none of their plays are paying off, right? And then even on their own terms, Halo Infinite wasn't a very good success either. So
and it suffered all the same modern day gaming problems of we're gonna ship it and it's not feature complete, so we're gonna add that all down the line. So the real lesson they should get is what Hi-Fi Rush did, which they shipped a complete product that people were able to play, and they put the gameplay first, so they weren't just trying to play it safe or whatever, something that's just uninteresting, boring. So they need to nurture something with that environment instead of let's do the safest thing. Let's do a live service like I don't know, Anthem. I know that's not Xbox, but and then have that just tank.
Yeah. Also, one of the Redfall devs, I think it was a former dev, to be slightly fair to the Redfall developers, but I remember when the game was around launch, reading an article about them talking shit about the game, basically saying no one in the studio wanted to work on it. It was basically a thing passed down from higher up in Activision at the time, and when Microsoft bought them, everyone thought that Microsoft would just cancel the game So they were not really like putting their effort into it, and it shows. And so I think that was also not very good to be saying that, in terms of whether or not to keep the studio.
Damn.
You want to read some comments? Seems like we got a few here.
Where did we leave off?
I've got this article in the chamber for next week.
It's like asking people their politics.
We
they said one
one.
thing. One. Okay.
That was from the survey.
Right. You guys gonna talk about the recent Toonami Rewind news?
I got that
Greenline
article.
Know about that? He's the expert, right?
I had no fucking clue about that. What?
We'll talk about it next week since we're already past.
Get ready for Toonami Part 3, guys. It's coming. No, I don't know if it's coming.
I got that.
I believe John used the analogy 2D versus or 3D versus 2D as somebody thinking they were using the wrong camera. He did. I was trying to look for that fucking interview. I couldn't find it. He basically said, like, you look at the other guy and you're like, oh, that guy has that cool camera. It must be the camera that he's using that makes him make good movies. And so you'll go buy that camera, and then you'll make a movie with that camera. And it's like, oh, my movie's still shit because I'm not good at making movies. I tried to find that interview. I couldn't do it though. If you know where it is, if you know what it's titled, put the title in the comment, please. Or yeah, I don't think a link would work, but just copy the title of the YouTube video. They put games as a service in almost all the quadruple A games. And wonder why they don't sell. I don't want to buy a game that's broken at launch, and then they want to sell me the pieces of it months later. Yeah.
He is right. What's the name of that pirate game again? Was it It's not Black Flag. I'm thinking of the game it might as well have been based off.
Skull and Bones.
Sea of Thieves or something?
No.
Skull and Bones. Yeah, the first quadruple.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah. I said that after you told me. I didn't steal your thunder.
Yeah. The cool.
Only an hour.
I'm late. Yeah. Well, we were early, to be fair, slightly. Hello.
If we started at the normal time, you'd be right on time.
AC's in Texas eating a big steak right now on a business trip.
Deep throating some sausage by the look of it in the Finer Things Club.
It's like the saying that it's the swordsman, not the sword. Yeah. Toolsman. There's one about a toolsman too, but anyway. Skull and Bones, yeah. All right. So moving on. Here we go. Okay, gross tweet. Okay. Embracer Group sells Borderlands developer. Oh, sorry.
Right. Now you street it. You good.
Okay, we'll start again. Embracer Group sells Borderlands developer Gearbox Entertainment to Take-Two Interactive, but keeps Sweet Baby Inc. influenced Hyperlight Breaker. I really hate the fact that they keep throwing these in here, but anyway, the Park Place is slightly weird. So Embracer Group sells Gearbox to Take-Two. That's what you gotta take away from that. After purchasing Gearbox, okay, Take-Two Interactive reportedly shuts down 2 developers. And the 2 developers they shut down were scrolling. Shut down Intercept Games, who made the Kerbal Space Program 2, and Roll 7, the developer of Roller Dome, which Roller Dome was a shit game, but anyway, if it's the game I'm thinking about. So they bought the company, Gearbox, and then instantly gutted 2 developers, right? Again, when you do a leverage buyout, you need to cut fat because you're on the hook, and so you cannot have stuff weighing you down, right? Cut all the shit and keep the creme de la creme. Also, you're buying IP. That's kind of a big point. Not so much like, well, you want the developer. I'll get into this later again, but you want the developers, but they're replaceable usually. The IP is probably the more important thing. Less than a month after acquiring Gearbox, Take-Two Interactive to reportedly fire 5% of its staff and scrap multiple projects, so more firings. Layoffs hit Gearbox staff hours after Embracer sale. More articles, same thing. Grand Theft Auto publisher Take-Two announces brutal cost reduction plan, cuts over 500 employees, and cancels several projects. So it's roughly the same thing. Immortals of Avium developer Ascendant Studios furloughs majority of their staff. More cuts in the gaming industry. Sega sells off Relic Entertainment alongside laying off 200 plus staff in Europe. Relic Entertainment lays off 41 employees shortly after split from Sega. And then Grums makes this comment, we're up to 20K job losses in AAA. Should've let men be men and your women be curvy, Xbox. You care more about virtue signaling than games and jobs. And obviously that comment is a little bit biased, but that's his take, I guess. I don't think that if Xbox had put curvy women in the games, it would have saved them.
That's true. The problem is that they just don't have any game output, and the output they do have is like not particularly spectacular.
Yeah, it's the fact that the games were not good, right? If they put ugly women in their games and made super diverse games, but they were good, no one would be complaining, right? If they were selling billions
of
Apex
copies, Legends.
Well, I mean, Apex Legends is doing well, I think. But
that's what I'm saying. If it was Apex Legends, something that's like, oh, it's full of all this diversity, whatever. But because the gameplay is so fun, people just play it regardless.
Yeah, sure. It's about good games, and the ugly women and the diversity hire stuff is a symptom, maybe, but it's not the cause, and we can get over it if the core gameplay is good.
I think the diversity whatever stuff only really comes into play when it's a game that could have been like a masterpiece, perfect or whatever. It's like that's a scar on an otherwise pretty good product, or what could have been. Maybe it's just like it's so overbearing that it actually actively like ruins the experience, whether it's the storytelling or something like that.
Yeah.
You could argue something like Last of Us 2. You know, if they didn't have half of that stuff, the story probably would have taken a different direction. Not have been.
Yeah, there's like some of this. It's definitely a back and forth, right? Like some of the story stuff is because of diversity. They're putting in these story beats that no one likes. It's not necessarily because they're diverse, but the diversity is driving the story beats, and then the story beats are making the game bad. So it's not entirely like split, but if you were to find a way to keep a game diverse and the story not like, hammering you over like you're a bad person or whatever they're going to do, then that would go a long way. Also, in terms of all of these companies getting shut down, right? during COVID, there was a increase in hiring for tech jobs. So all of these companies took on a bunch of employees. And then now we're seeing two things happen at once, right? We're seeing this, I mean, I don't know which is the true like cause of it, but like we are seeing this whole idea of like wokeness being a problem now, whereas before it was like, well, you got to be woke or you're the problem. And now it's okay, the other side is swinging, and now we're seeing companies that are, I think we're going to talk about one later, maybe about, we're not going to do a Pride Month this year, because we're getting shat on from the other side for doing that kind of stuff. So, so it, laying off people helps them get rid of those type of people. But also they have this excess workforce.
Or that's the only people that are left. Who knows?
That's also a problem. But they also have this excess workforce from hiring a bunch of people during COVID, right? And then on top of that, we're seeing inflation, right? And the cost of video games has only gone up $10, right, in the last 20 years. So that hasn't met inflation, but if you add in all of the like bullshit that they do, right, like selling $130 like deluxe edition, and then it kind of evens out. But we're also seeing people get a little bit more tight with money now, so it's like all of these things are combining to force these companies to cut fat again, right? And like I said earlier, when they do all these acquisitions, they're leveraging themselves to purchase these companies, and then they can't make mistakes, otherwise they'll go bankrupt. So they cut all these things, and in their thought process, they can just rebuild that studio later, right? It doesn't need to be the same people. It could be whatever. Someone else can make an Assassin's Creed game. We'll cut that studio. Now, that is a short-sighted thought process, right? Because, well, who's better at making an Assassin's Creed game? The guys that did it before, or some random new company that you're going to build from scratch? But if you can't afford to keep those people, then you got to do what you got to do. The other thing is that the other thing I wanted to say was, I think in terms of creating good games and people would like them, even with diversity shit, I think why companies are making these games diverse and poor quality games is because they've hired in the people who were pushing diversity into their HR departments, right? So they hire all these like woke people into the HR at like big companies like Microsoft and stuff. Then those people start hiring other woke people for different positions like project manager and writer and all these kind of things, right? So now we're getting the fruit of that, where now the whole system is set up that way. And are you hiring based on diversity, or are you hiring on quality? The odds that you can get both are lower, not necessarily zero, but lower. And so I think, they probably picked like a fan fiction website, to hire all these writers from. And in my opinion, a lot of the stuff coming out now, including movies, feels like it was just fanfic, like someone's random fanfic, like, oh, what if Lara Croft is, swinging around with wheelchair people, or, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, especially things from existing IPs. Now, the normal, or sorry, the new IPs that come out in stuff like movies and everything just feel like random, generic, like kind of derivative stuff that doesn't really stick out in a meaningful way.
Yeah. And then the other thing is for the companies that are remaining where they haven't fired and killed the whole company, it's like, are those employees the same employees, or are they just in sheep's clothing, like a wolf in sheep's clothing? Well, I don't want to call them a wolf, but like, you know what I mean, right? It's this whole like ship of a Theseus system where if they keep replacing employees because they make the work environment so naggy, they kick all the old people out, and the only people that remain are the woke people. And it's like, okay, Rare Entertainment, yeah, you're making Sea of Thieves now, but do you have any employees from back when you used to make good N64 games? And if you do, let's say you have one or two, are those the people that made those N64 games good, or are those people all left?
Yeah, it's like Back 4 Blood with Left 4 Dead. It's like from the creators of Left 4 Dead, and it's like 4 of them actually worked on Left 4 Dead.
Yeah. Well, and in Marvel, right, we see everyone thought that the original phase 1 of Marvel was, they basically gave all the credit to Kevin Feige, right? They're like, oh, this guy, he's the reason, he's the mastermind. And so now they've given Kevin Feige the whole like he's in charge of
He's
whatever.
not good with Disney, okay?
Kevin
Thank you,
Feige. They gave him all control over Marvel, and now Marvel's gone to shit. So like clearly, it wasn't just him. If he has any credit at all, it wasn't just him.
I don't think there's a credit for why it was good as much as there is a credit for why it's now awful. Because and you can blame Joss Whedon for making everyone be like, "Oh my god, everyone loves making every single thing comedy, even if it's not comedy." So let's make everything a quip.
Well, and that's a whole like that's a camera thing, right? That's the John Lasseter camera thing, right? Oh, Joss Whedon made a movie that they were quippy and satirical, and
that must be why it was so good and made a lot of money.
And that's why we get things like Justice League coming out like, oh well, they made a movie and like the original Justice League was darker, and then they were like, well no, it's got to be more like Marvel, so they they literally hired Joss Whedon to come in and make it more like Marvel, right? And it was a mess. Although I mean the Snyder cut wasn't really that much better, but yeah.
I was actually thinking the other day of how literally like back at the end of all the Avengers, like the end game or whatever, they end with a stupid quip for the biggest moment. It's like, I am inevitable. I am Iron Man.
That Iron Man one was good. The inevitable one was like, okay, but the Iron Man one was good. I like that.
Hold up. To be clear, I think of all of them, it's like there was a lot. There's kind of enough behind it to justify it, but they already did that in like Iron Man 2 when he's like, I am Iron Man, or unless it was like the credits of the first one. So they already pulled that card. But once again, if you really break it down, it's a goddamn quip. Which is
you mean in Endgame when he says it? Oh, okay.
Yes, at the most climactic moment when they defeat Thanos.
Mm-hmm. I thought you were talking about the original movie, and I'm like, I like that line when he's at the press conference. But yeah, in Endgame.
No, that one was absolutely fine. Everyone was like, "Oh, he's gonna quote the song."
Yeah.
Actually, it's not. It's barely even the song. Like everyone thought, like I am Iron Man. It's like no, it literally just goes, "I am Iron Man" at the beginning. Anyway.
Are you guys covering DEI in Homeworld 3? It's on the Steam reviews. It's not just game. I don't know. I haven't heard of it. Maybe
is it particularly egregious or something? Because we can't really. There's too many games with DAI for us to cover nowadays.
Yeah. If there's an article posted in article submissions, it is currently not on the table of articles we're going to look at tonight. Okay. It's not just gaming tech. All of tech, yeah, has been being laid off. I also think it's just that a lot of these diversity things are from things that didn't have it in the first place.
I think it's basically saying how like there's a property where like all of them were insert race here, they were all straight or something like that. But there was one that a video I watched recently talking about Final Fantasy Rebirth and how there's a lot of like forced diversity stuff in it. Like there's an entire village or two that are just populated with black people, and one of them in particular is like based on Native American like area. So ironically, they're actually taking away representation when they do that. But the guy in the video said like the game was already quote unquote diverse, planning diverse originally. So in a case like Final Fantasy Rebirth, I guess it doesn't really apply. So that's true though. Now that I think of it, there's a lot of other things like Lara Croft or whatever. It's like, well, it's a female protagonist and stuff like that. Isn't the strong independent woman, and everyone loves it. So, but they have to make it even more inclusive or whatever.
Yeah, and so when something is made genuinely, right? I've kind of been thinking of this over the last year or so. I haven't quite nailed down the best way to describe it, but like I think people are looking for genuine authenticity, right? And so when you see a game that has forced DEI, you can like sense it like a spider sense. You're
The
like,
inauthenticity.
Yeah, this is inauthentic, right? And it throws you off. But for the games that were able to pull it off authentically, your spider sense doesn't go off for those games, right? And it's like, okay. And so then when some DEI person comes in and like, well, this isn't diverse enough for me, then that's when you start sensing it again. It's like, okay, well, Lara Croft had a woman in it already, but now it's got to be, a black woman. We're gonna make Lara Croft black. It's like, okay, well, now my spider sense is tingling, right? Like this doesn't sound right.
Well, even nowadays, like you can't even detect that because, like, even AC was saying podcast ago, it's everything is always kind of in question and in doubt now, even if like before you wouldn't have been thinking of that. So it's like your spider sense is no good anymore. It's everything is always going to be a false flag, even if it's like authentically made.
I think so. There's two things. One, if the game is good enough, you'll ignore it and you'll just be like, oh, it wasn't a problem. But two, I think the authenticity, like spider sense that people have, I think in current year, they've forced you to make it more sensitive, right? So now, it's tripping when maybe it shouldn't be tripping.
I'm not saying it's not without reason that that's happened, but that's just the state of things.
Yeah, but I'm saying like it might still trip for you, and you might get a spidey sense for something that would be normally authentically like diverse and not an issue. But I think I don't think there's. I have to think about this, but I don't think that you have your spider sense would not be very strong for that. It'd be like a small spider sense, right? If it was authentic, but you just like, oh well, I'm living in a like like PTSD, right? If you go to a busy town, right, and you hear like bang, you're like gunshots. I'm hearing gunshots, right? So yes, there will be false positives in today's world because we are in a world where you can't trust anything, and it's like everything is DEI. So every time you see it everywhere. I agree, there will be false positives in your spidey sense of authenticity, but I don't think it's a lost cause. I think that there are still games and media that you will be able to sense out. No, this is authentic. I don't think it's like every game that has a black person in it. This is DEI, right? There's definitely games where it's not a problem. And to Enrib's comment, they're putting it in things that didn't have it in the first place, and that's the point, right? They're specifically looking for properties that are lacking DEI and like the Borg, right? They see a normal human and it's like, oh, I must assimilate, right? So they're targeting these things that, oh, that isn't woke enough. Let me go make it woke. If you make a game with sexy women and then turn them ugly, people will be mad. Well, yes, genuinely. Most of the time, I would say so. If you make a new game with ugly women and it's good, people will accept it. Yes, I agree. Although, I think if you took a game with a sexy woman and made main character ugly, I think there is an extent that you can do that if the game is good enough that people will ignore it. But the game might have to be even better. Like it would be a knockdown, but if it was a 10 out of 10, right, it maybe get knocked down to a 9 because you made the main character ugly. You get what I mean? Like it's going to hurt you, but it's not going to kill your game just because you made the person ugly. Games can cost 30. It's just a matter of price points. If they budget a game to be 30, they can sell it for 30. Yeah, well, I mean, that's another thing, right? Like everything in the industry is pushing towards that. That's kind of what I think what Microsoft's point was in them saying like we need a lot more small budget, like really good darling games, because the industry in general has been moving to like HD and 4K textures and models with high poly counts. Like all of those become more expensive as you scale up to develop and to design. So you're paying your artists more. The code's getting more complex. A lot of these games are live service. That becomes a whole other ball, right? Or coding. So all these games are getting way more expensive. They're taking a lot longer to build. That means that these games are having larger and larger budgets. So then when the game finally comes out, you get things like Take-Two, who make Grand Theft Auto, coming out and saying like we should charge $5 a day to play the game or whatever the fuck they said, and like $150 for the game, because they spent a lot of time on it, was their argument. And it's a really good game in theory, if past games are evidence of future success. But yes, they could make budget games, and like I don't think Hi-Fi Rush was expensive, so that would be an example of a $30 game.
Bruh, you said becomes a whole other ball. You get a third ball if that happens.
You could be enlightened if you have 3 balls.
I grew my third ball.
That's an insult to fan fiction. I'm sorry. I don't know if you're a fanfic fan, but I don't think I've ever seen a good one. They have their own stories already written and try to shoehorn it in the IP. Well, I mean, fanfic does that too. fanfic at least tries to incorporate the established lore. Well, there's better fanfic and there's worse fanfic. Okay, and so I'll grant you some of it might, and you might put them. You might put woke DEI stuff in the worst category, but I mean, fanfic is, again, I have not seen a good one. The thing about Kevin Feige is there's conflicting stuff. Like, was he the problem, or was it in the fact he got spread too thin with the D+ shows and overproduction of products? Yes, possibly. There's this idea, I think it's called the Peter Principle. I don't know. It's like where you'll keep getting promoted until you get to the point where you suck at your job. Because you'll be good at programming, so you'll stick around for 5 years, and they'll be, oh, now you're a manager. And it's like, I used to code. I have no experience managing people, so now you suck at managing, right? And obviously, there could be levels to it. So yeah, maybe he was good at what he did, and then he got promoted, and now he sucks at it. But I think my point stands in that just because someone was in a studio at the time that they had success does not mean that they were the reason for that success.
And that it becomes a whole other ball.
Yes, and that it becomes a whole other ball. I asked about Homeworld 3 because you were talking about Gearbox. Oh, I honestly, I've never heard of Homeworld 3, so it might have been one of the things, might have been in one of those articles. The goal was just to read the headline, to paint the picture that the industry is laying off a lot of people. We thought it was not pertinent to read all the articles.
The bad kind of getting laid off.
DEI is the death of creativity. Well, yeah, like if you have to make a story around like quotas of like, well, do you have enough black people?
It's literally changing your vision.
Yeah, it's stupid. Gearbox bought the studio and appointed a DEI writer. Yeah. Doesn't matter how good a game is, any DEI, I won't buy it. When the female characters have a broader jawline than me, I know it's the yeah. There are signs. Jordan Peterson complained debating woke people is boring because it's like they're all reading from the same script. They all have the same thoughts and opinions. No divergence is allowed. Well, that's because as soon as you disagree with any of them, they know you're an outsider, and then they shun you, right? So they've like bred into their ethos that they cannot disagree. They're basically creating NPCs, right? Where they latch on to like a saying, right? Trans lives matter. And then they just repeat that constantly. Free Palestine, constantly. Thinking nothing of the consequences. Black lives matter. And it's like, there are nuances to all of these topics. They will have none of that. They've got their slogan and they're going with it. And if you say that there's a nuance, you're an outsider, and they do the body snatchers, if you know the meme, where he's like pointing at the girl and going, Rah! That's what happens. People do not like Horizon Forbidden West, though it was a new IP because Aloy was like, well, she was more ugly in the second game, and people, well,
Forbidden West is the second game.
Yeah, Forbidden Horizon was the first game, or whatever.
Horizon Zero Dawn.
Well, okay, whatever. We know what. Well, I think I know what he meant. The first game.
He's saying that the second game people thought was a new IP because people thought she was ugly. Or because of how
I don't
ugly
think
she
that's
was.
what he's saying.
I don't know.
People did not like
New IP
Horizon
because
Forbidden
Aloy
West.
was...
I don't think that's what he's saying.
Though it was a new IP because Aloy was...
Oh, maybe that is what he's saying.
Thought it was a new IP
because
Aloy was ugly.
Maybe.
On that note, I was actually thinking the other day because I saw... Okay. So there's this 3D printing Patreon or whatever. They make like 4 models a month. They look really good, and you can just basically print off your own figures. And on the polls, someone suggested the Asian chick in Horizon Forbidden West, which I assume is that same chick that in the DLC you can make them lesbian. And in my opinion, she does not look attractive, but that could be to my taste. But clearly she seems to be based off of like some real person, and I feel like that's some sort of like DEI encroachment, or DI can encroach upon it after they base something off of a real person, because then they'll be like, well, we're trying to base it off of a real living person, and that's not cool of you to tell us that this person is ugly or whatever.
Yeah, well, that's what they did with Fable, right? That ugly Fable girl. Yeah. And they're like, that's based on a real person. And then you're like, oh shit, are they ugly?
I remember the good old days of Mass Effect Andromeda when people thought that she was based off of a disabled woman because the animations were so janky. And once again, people were like, that's so insensitive. It's based off a real person. It's like, well, they did a real hack job at doing that. Jeez. But damn it, my train of thought. But yeah, so I think they're basically tying up these characters to these real life models, and that's why Resident Evil is on a like they might have games that are like technically really nice and all that stuff now compared to the old ones, but it's like the actual characters get butchered because of it, because now you have like beta Leon, you don't have the David Bowie masculine Leon, you have Jill, who looks like a completely different person, you have all of these characters that have a new model that's probably based off of someone in real life, and it's like, oh well, they have to be tied to that forever. We can't diverge from it because now that's the new identity. And next thing you know, it's going to be like, oh, well, this character is a different race because we're their voice actors based on that. Because you know who did that? Invincible. Or at least that's the way Wikipedia made it sound. It's like they made Amber reflective of the voice actor. So they made her like black, and then they completely changed her character. Now, I don't think that's necessarily going to be a common thing, but that's just kind of a worrying thing that happened at all. It's like you changed the entire character based on the voice actor. Like, why is the voice actor take precedent over the the character from the comic or whatever, the source material? It's kind of baffling to me.
Yeah. What I was going to say about Fable was that they made Fable that character ugly, and then when people said she's ugly, people went on Twitter and said, but she's a real person and you can't be rude about that real person. And then you look at
real
the model.
People can be ugly too.
Well, but that's the thing, the real person wasn't ugly. And it's like, I'm not saying the real person is ugly. The real person isn't ugly. You made the character ugly. Anyway.
That's exactly what happened with Forbidden West. Like we went over, it's like her real actor, she's a cutie.
Yeah. But it's stupid when they use that as a like the fact that it's based off of a real person as a defense against the ugly character. It's like
a shield of criticism.
Yeah. It's the same with DEI. It's like they're all working for the same template. Once you recognize this, you can predict story beats. Yeah. Becomes a whole nother ball. Good morning, Ronin. DI characters can never have flaws because they have to be representational of their race, sex, and gender.
That's the thing. In that same Final Fantasy Rebirth thing I was watching, it's funny how he says, like, he was listing off all the representation that was already in the original game, and it's like they have gay representation. It showed the bathhouse where I guess Cloud gets like predated on, and it's like, well, the thing is, my mind, your mind is getting programmed by all these modern day DEIs of like, oh, it has to be this way, right? So when I saw that, I'm like, oh, but that's problematic. But then I'm like, but it's representation. The representation doesn't have to be positive necessarily.
No, and so that's the thing too, right? Like, I was having this discussion with people in the One Piece Discord because that I'm in, because Oda made Sanji go to this island of transvestites, right?
Oh
the,
yeah,
the Nakama or the Bakakama Kingdom or whatever, and the Okama people are all like really ugly faced, giant headed men in skirts. And he is sent there for 2 years, and it's this gag, Sanji, who is normally a womanizer, like, well, not womanizer, but like, he's always like, oh, I can't touch a woman. That would be bad, and like, I'll do anything for a woman. And I'd never even hit a woman, even though they're trying to kill me. I can't hit you. Someone else has to fight this fight. Right. And now he's in a position where all these Okama people are after him and swooning for him, and he has to run away because he doesn't like that.
yeah.
And so people in the Discord were saying how, oh, well, that's him being transphobic. And that, well, it must mean that Oda is transphobic. And I'm like, how does making a single character have a character flaw mean that the creator also believes in that and has that same character flaw?
Also, to be fair, it's like, is it transphobic if you don't suck the dick, bigot? Like, the thing is, like, if this person has a dick, I am not.
I wasn't going to go down that route, but I was just going to attack it on the fact that it shouldn't reflect on the Oda, because like Luffy doesn't give a shit about these people, right? Like, he doesn't care that they want to be Okama, right? Be whatever you want to be. That's Luffy's position. So it's like they're disingenuously taking Sanji's position and applying it to Oda, but not taking Luffy's position and applying it to Oda, right? So it's like any bad characteristic is thrown onto the property and saying, oh, well, we can't support that. That's transphobic. It's like, but you're ignoring all the other parts where they say the Okama people are fine. And in
fact, my god, he made Zoro kill people. Is he pro murder? Oh my god.
It's just fucking logic's stupid. If there are flaws, the writer doesn't recognize it because they're as much as an asshole as the character. I'm not saying the fan fiction is good, just that they are familiar with the lore. DI could care less about the lore. I disagree. There are some DEI people that care about the lore, but yes, there are other DEI people that do not give a shit about the lore. So I half disagree and I half agree. Woke gatekeep. We should learn from them. Yeah, but the thing is, they gatekeep, and then when we gatekeep, then we're transphobic and like misogynist. And I said gatekeep, and I maintain that I said that. Alloy's model is way more attractive than the devs made Alloy.
Yes.
Okay. There's also that weird clip where you could like see her boob or whatever.
It's also Aloy.
Oh my god, you guys. Whatever. You all gang up on me about my pronunciation, okay? I'm trying.
You're lucky it's just us and AC isn't here.
Oh yeah, the grammar Nazi.
The grammar Führer. Sorry, I had to correct you on that.
Again, that's the theme of the night. All right. Square Enix stock price plummets after confirming 70% profit drop. Yeah, that's not good. Square Enix confirms layoffs in US and EU amidst restructuring. Square Enix announces new plan to aggressively pursue a multi-platform strategy. Oh my god. Would you look at that? Following 70% decline in profits, Square Enix to shift from quantity to quantity. I'm going to read that again. Following 70% decline in profits, Square Enix to shift from quantity to quality and focus on developing fun titles instead of non-boob showing titles. So this kind of comes after, I think 2 years ago, they sold Embracer Group. They sold Tomb Raider to Embracer Group, right? And so it's kind of funny because Embracer Group is selling Gearbox and stuff to Take-Two because they were over leveraged when they bought all of Square Enix's shit, and so now they're in trouble and they need to sell shit. Yeah, it's almost like leverage buyouts shouldn't be a thing. But anyway, so they're also moving to a multi-platform scenario, right? Currently, most of their titles are, well, at least their Final Fantasy titles are Sony exclusive. Final Fantasy 15 was multi-platform, and then for whatever reason which I was like, yay! And then even Final Fantasy 7 Remake, I think was multi-platform. But then the sequel wasn't multi-platform, which was bullshit. Because I bought Remake on Xbox, and then the next Rebirth came out, and it's like, oh, that's PlayStation exclusive. Like, what the fuck are you doing? And then, oh, it didn't sell well enough. Now we're gonna go back to multi-platform. No shit, it didn't sell well enough.
Well, to be fair, the original Remake was PlayStation exclusive, and then came to PC and all that later.
I don't think it was.
Yeah, that's why I didn't get it on PC day one.
Well, I don't know. No, PC is a whole different story. I'm just talking Xbox.
I don't think
Pretty sure it came out on Xbox at the same year. I don't know. They went up for pre-order at the same time. That's for sure. Because that game was pre-ordered. Like, I think I pre-ordered that game in like 2012. Like, honestly, it was announced so long ago before it came out. And
right.
it was so old. I had a pre-order from that game from Future Shop. And if anyone doesn't know from America, Future Shop used to be our Best Buy, and then Best Buy moved to Canada and took over Future Shop, and then closed all the Future Shop. So
Future Shop was the best.
Yeah. So it might have been later, and maybe I didn't notice. They went up for pre-order at the same time. And I did get it on Xbox, and the fact that they didn't put Rebirth and haven't announced that they're putting, well, I guess now they might change it, but there was no plan to put Rebirth on Xbox. So obviously they didn't sell as well as they wanted to, and now they're rethinking their strategy. The whole idea of like console exclusives is so annoying. Like, I get why they would want to do it, and in a world where How do I word this?
I get why Sony would want to do it.
Well, I mean, everyone wants. Well, that's true. But I think what happened with that is like Sony probably pays Square a bunch of money to say, "Here, come be exclusive," right? And then they're like, "Okay," and then in their like, spreadsheet or whatever, they thought, "Well, I guess this is enough," and then they probably undervalued the fact that it's exclusive.
I can't find any site for the Xbox version on Wikipedia. Does it even exist?
For what? Sorry?
The Final Fantasy VII Remake.
I don't know. Definitely exists. I own it. So, what was I going to say? Oh, in current year, right? PCs have gained a lot more market share, I would say, for people, because I think you have kids growing up in a world where, all of their idols are YouTubers or Twitch streamers, and that now, well, when I was a kid, a lot of people grew up thinking like, hey, I want to play a game, or I want to make games because I like playing games. Now a lot of people are growing up and saying, hey, I want to stream playing games because that's what my idols are doing and making all this money doing that stuff. And so in order to become a streamer, first thing you got to buy is a good computer, right? So now I think I remember seeing this video of this kid who wanted a PC for Christmas, and they got him a PS5 for Christmas. And these parents were filming him, and like he opens it and he's like, "But I wanted a PC," and he throws it against the wall.
Oh my god!
I'm pretty sure that's something along those lines. Anyway, maybe I don't know.
Good luck getting a PC.
I want to say that was real, but anyway. So when you have this world where everyone has a PC and then maybe also a console, right? And you have games where a lot of the games, including PlayStation, are now coming out on PC maybe a year later. Even like Sony exclusive games that are made by Sony, right? Like Horizon, and
Spider-Man,
yeah. So now they've kind of made this expectation in the consumer that, well, if we just wait long enough, it'll come to PC, right? So maybe
Microsoft more or less kicked that off when Phil Spencer came in and got all the studios and was like, actually, you know what? Game Pass is now for Xbox and PC. And all of our games are going to release day one on PC and Xbox.
Yeah. So now people have this expectation where I don't need a console, and it's like they buy a console if they want a console, right? They're not buying a console for a specific game because they have the PC. So if they want a specific game and it's not on the console that they have, they can just wait and play it on PC.
And don't forget one of the best benefits of PC gaming is that you don't have a stupid subscription service just to play online.
Yeah. No online subscription. You can play at whatever frame rate your computer can handle. There's benefits to playing on PC versus mods. You get mods. If Sony wants to take away your boobies, you can add them back in, maybe. So the idea that a company that isn't Sony would sacrifice the sales of multi-platform, of releasing a multi-platform game, to become an exclusive game, it just doesn't really make much sense anymore to do that.
No, Sony would have to give them a massive ass paycheck.
Yeah. So, and like, I know the stereotype is that like Japanese companies are loyal, right? And they're more traditional. So maybe Square Enix, the CEOs are like, well, we've worked with Sony before, like And before we used to give our rate for exclusivity as whatever. And so maybe, it's maybe we'll increase it a little bit, and not realizing that current day, that calculation formula needs to get thrown out and remade, because it's going to be completely different releasing this year versus, 10 years ago. So I don't know. Hopefully they figure it out. If exclusives goes away, I wouldn't mind. Although obviously the one company that has made it work so far is Nintendo, right? It's like it's kind of weird. It's like Nintendo is making games that prop up their console, and not almost no, but like there's little third-party games that people are playing on the console, right? They're not they're not buying a Switch to play third-party games.
Unless you're Reese. Wait, what?
But when you buy a PlayStation and Xbox, they haven't put out that many exclusives, right? So whereas Nintendo has enough exclusives to warrant a purchase and warrant like, yeah, well, I'm going to get this on Nintendo because it's only available on Nintendo.
Yeah, when Stellar Blade came out, the one video I watched on it said, "Okay, guys, this is the 6th game that's been put on the PlayStation 5 exclusively or whatever."
Yeah, and one of those games is Spider-Man, right? Spider-Man 2. But we have the precedent of Spider-Man 4 and Miles coming to PC a year later. So everyone, although I don't think it's been announced, everyone's expecting Spider-Man 2 to come to PC next year.
And Forbidden West is already on PC, so that's one less.
And people are talking about how they expect Stellar Blade to come to PC next year as well. So like they've built in this expectation of, well, I just have to wait a year, right? Cover up some comments again. Book writers self-insert themselves a lot. Maybe that's why they think other writers do the same. Is it representational? Yeah. That's also probably why a lot of their characters can't have flaws, because they think that they're self-inserting them. So it's like, well, if that author self-inserted this bad character, clearly that author's bad because obviously it's self-insert, right? Because that's what they would do. All Final Fantasy VII remakes were timed exclusives.
Bro, I
don't think Rebirth is.
I can't find the Xbox version of Final Fantasy VII. I can't find it. And ChatGPT spit out that it is not on Xbox, so your mystery copy you're gonna have to show me.
I'll show it to you. This is what I was talking about. Or you know what? Maybe I am. No, maybe they canceled it. Maybe I don't have.
Well,
they
I remember there was a pre-order page up for it at one point in like 2019 or something, but then it was taken down. And then after that point, we heard that it's exclusive because it previously was going to be, I think, multi-plat. Now, Final Fantasy VII non-remake is on Xbox.
Okay, maybe I pre-ordered it and then it got canceled. Maybe.
But what is this? Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII Reunions on Xbox. Apparently they didn't care about that exclusivity.
This is what I was talking about. Predictable stories. Oni plays kept predicting.
Oni plays.
Dialogue and the story in Forspoken.
I heard that Let's Play is really funny.
I'll have to watch it. Man, you're killing me about this remake thing. I want to go look in my games because I swear to God,
You were the first one killing me.
Anyway, okay. I'm not sure, but Final Fantasy was exclusive. No, it wasn't. Final Fantasy 15. I can see that one from my chair. That one for sure came out on Xbox. I'm looking at it.
Yeah, 15 definitely wasn't exclusive. I got it day one too.
Yeah. AC streams without a good PC.
He streams without a PC.
Not anymore.
Good sir. No. It's still not happening.
Yeah, it's a Mac.
Yes. He doesn't stream with any PC.
Rebirth this time. So
let's be real. It's definitely going to come to consoles later when the expiration period comes or whatever.
Now for sure with this announcement.
With this
if it's timed, I missed that. It's possible though.
I think it's all implied times. They never really explicitly say it. It feels like.
Okay.
We're back. I'm going to the bathroom.
All right. Moving on. Boom. Xbox launches a new team dedicated to game preservation and backwards compatibility.
It's been a couple. Hope that it is. I really hope this goes somewhere because that is the one thing that Xbox has as a bonus to get their hardware is that you can go all the way back to the original Xbox. So if they can actually make some sort of complete collection dealio, and then you're able to play all these old games in like 4K and stuff, that would be awesome.
Yeah, for sure. All right. That's like when they announced the Xbox One and they said they're done, like it's always online and you're going to be able to share your digital game by like sharing it with a friend and then they can give it back to you digitally. And it's like, but they announced that after, like they waited till later to say that and everyone was thinking the worst. And that whole bullshit. I was like, Sony, if you don't do this, I will buy a PlayStation 4. And then Sony put out that commercial where it's like, this is how you share a game in PlayStation.
And they just handed it over.
Yeah, the guy handing over the game. And I'm like, all right, I'll buy it a PS4. And so I bought a PS4. But then Microsoft came out and backtracked. And I'm like, okay, fine. I will buy an Xbox. Thank you for backtracking. So I bought an Xbox One. And I like Xbox's ecosystem way more. The fact that you buy a game on Xbox digitally and they go out of their way to make sure you can still play it on the new consoles. Like,
our old purchases from 360 that are compatible, we can still play, right?
Yeah. I appreciate that. Not all of them. There are some of them that don't play, but they have attempted to make as many of them playable as they can. And based on this article, it appears they are making more of them playable. Obviously some of them they can't help, like some of them get taken down.
I think it's like the original Prey or something is in limbo, like they literally
can't. Scott Pilgrim got fucked, but then they came out with a new version, although you had to buy it again, which is kind of bullshit. But
apparently it's not even complete, the limited run games one.
Oh really? Well,
yeah,
the limited.
I watched
what do you mean
like
by
a
complete?
manifesto. I watched a manifesto about limited run games and how like for being this company that's mission statement is to have like them complete and all this stuff. It's like forever physical. The Scott Pilgrim one, I don't know if it was a DLC bonus or something like that.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense to me. The DLC wasn't on the disc, or cart in Switch's case. Yeah, that sucks. Definitely, you want to do that. Although it's better than getting a burn disc. I think we covered that the other day with the 3DO games. They were selling burned discs, instead of press discs. But I mean, they launched the game digitally too, right? So not unrelated to limited run games. But you had to buy it again because Ubisoft was stupid. So Xbox It's been a couple years since Microsoft officially halted their game preservation and backwards compatibility program, though the company announced they're finally returning to their roots. Xbox has launched a new team dedicated to game preservation and backwards compatibility. News announced by Xbox President Sarah Bond in an internal memo to staff. We have formed a new team dedicated to game preservation. All right, that's basically it. Anyway, here, I'll read this bit. Games that ship on a physical disc can be generally played forever till the physical media stops functioning. Sure. Unless the console stops working. However, lots of modern games are online. Okay, that's bullshit. Anyway, yeah. Cool thing. More support for old games.
You might have an actual reason to buy an Xbox if they fulfill their promise.
Well, I mean, I planned to buy a Series X, and then they never did give me any reason to buy it. So they made Halo for Xbox One. Hi-Fi Rush was the first game that I was like, oh, I want that, but I can't play it on my Xbox One. And then it was like, but it's on PC. So, you know.
Well, yeah, that's literally all of the games, so that's why RIP.
And for whatever stupid reason, like I like buying the limited edition consoles and stuff. They put out a Halo limited edition Xbox Series X,
and that's like
it looked kind of like crap. And then I was like, well, I'll let someone else take that. I literally sold it to someone at cost because he wanted it. This guy that I knew. I shouldn't have, because I didn't realize it was the only limited edition console they were gonna fucking make.
Damn.
Every other one they've made has been like, this is a limited sweepstakes only console. Like, let me fucking buy it, bitches. Anyway.
Yeah, 60%. So with the Xbox or whatever, the reason the back compat would be great is there are some games that you can play on PC. We were talking like a month or two ago about all the Resident Evil stuff in the Discord. Join the Discord. And I remembered that Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City existed, and I don't have that one rebought on PC, and I didn't think it was on PC. But little did I remember, it is on PC, and there's a reason it's not on my wish list, because you functionally cannot play it because it has that stupid Windows Live DRM on it. And Capcom is incompetent and can't be bothered to go back and actually fix their stupid PC ports. So, in a way, playing it on playing it on Xbox back compat is an excellent way to do it, because it is currently backwards compatible. So if I had an Xbox Series X or whatever it's called, I'd be able to play it, and it would also probably have the enhancements, like you can play it 60 FPS or 4K or something like that.
Yeah. Batman Arkham Asylum was the same way. It had that stupid Xbox Live shit. But luckily they released a Game of the Year edition without it.
Nice.
So, saved on that one. 60% of gameplay time was spent on game 6 years or older in 2023. Newzoo industry report. So basically just saying people are spending time playing the old games. And I guess old TV shows dominate streaming. This is not a coincidence, as streaming has prioritized wokeness over quality, and AAA have also prioritized profit and narrative over fun. This is why we fight. Yeah, okay. Grum is... I understand he's trying to make change, but he's like... I don't know.
I don't know.
He's too preachy for me. Like, he's too, like, we're in a revolution, guys. Like, I don't know. Anyway. Speaking of playing old games, if you want to play old N64 games, there's a new tool that allows N64 games to be played with ray tracing, uncapped frame rates, that's a little bit of a lie, but anyway, and ultra wide support.
What the hell?
Yeah, so there is a new PC tool called N64 Recomp. It's dramatically changing the way we experience N64 games in the modern era. Created by Mr. Wise Guy, the tool streamlines the process of getting N64 titles into a position where they can run natively on PC, along with modern enhancements such as ray tracing, uncapped frame rates. By that they mean like AI. Anyway, with ultra wide monitor support. Well, it depends on the game. Like the Zelda game that they're gonna talk about in a second. It has hard capped, or rather the frame rate is reliant on the like. If you increase the frame rate, the game speeds up, right?
Okay, yeah.
So you can't just say, well, make the frame rate 60 frames per second. The game would run super fast. But their workaround is AI upscaling or AI frame interpolation.
Yeah.
Right. So
like that.
Okay, this is something. Sorry. Okay. Of course, this isn't a new thing. We've already seen titles like Mario 64 get decompiled and ported to PC. But what makes Mr. Wise Guy's recompilation tool so special is that it can be applied to potentially all of the console's library rather than just a single game. So if you remember the Mario Party or the Mario 64 decompilation project, and there's been a few other decompilation projects. There was one for Ocarina of Time. There was one for GoldenEye. I think GoldenEye finished. I'm not sure. There is currently one for Majora's Mask. However, it's not finished, and that's gonna get fun in a second. But they take forever because they got to go and decompile the game and create the source code to make the ROM without knowing what the code looks like to be legal about it. So they take forever. They take years to do. And then someone has to port that to PC or whatever you want, right? So what this guy did was he wrote a program that takes the ROM, converts it to the assembly that would be run on the N64, and then I think, or something like that, and then associates that with calls in the Windows pipeline so that it's running natively in PC instead of it's like a semi decompilation, and then it changes it to C code so that it's running natively now in on a PC, and then you can go in with that like quasi recompiled code and then tweak it to give you the mods of like ultra widescreen and all that kind of stuff. So recompilation is different than decompilation in that none of the data is readable, and all of that is required to run the recompiled version is the original ROM. So you don't have to manually go and compile it. That's the other thing, right? Because if you ever tried to download the Mario game, you could find people would compile it and share around the Mario like .exe, but technically that's illegal because it contains the assets and stuff. But what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to download the source code and then like compile the source code yourself to get the Mario exe. So in this case, you download the software and then you just drag and drop the ROM into the software, and then it spits out the playable game. So kind of like an emulator, but different. This could be transformative. To show off the tool, Mr. Wise Guy has released Zelda 64 Recomp, which ports the Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask to PC. So remember how I was telling you there was a decompilation project that's been like years in the making? Well, they're really close to finishing, and then this comes out. So there's still purpose for releasing the sort like the decompilation. I think that you can get like better understanding of how the game works to make different and more advanced mods to the game versus modding this stuff. But so it's not like it's completely wasted effort. This could be transformative to the world of N64 emulation, as it will now allow many more N64 titles to be enhanced and enjoyed by generations to come. And so the other thing about this is, in theory, you could, anyway, what I was going to say is you could port it to other consoles. So if a console doesn't have, like, you'd have to be on a hacked console, I would assume. But if a console doesn't have like a good N64 emulator, then you would just, I think, need to port this to those other consoles, and then it could run on those consoles. I don't know how complicated that would be, though, now that I think about it. But anyway, when the Mario 64 decompilation project was announced, they had like Switch ports, and it was kind of because at the time Nintendo had released the anniversary Mario port of
3D collection.
Yeah, it had Mario 64, Galaxy, and Sunshine. But there was like some small problems with that. But the people, and I don't think it had come out yet. I think it was like announced but not come out yet. And the decompilation people had their thing ported to the Switch and running on the Switch before that game came out, and it had better features, from what I remember, something like that. So in theory, maybe we could do that for every game and have it natively run on the Switch or other consoles. I don't know. Anyway, it's interesting. Them playing with the Nintendo Switch Online service that you can subscribe to allows you to purchase a wireless N64 controller from Nintendo directly, and they are using that controller to play on their PC Majora's Mask in widescreen. So pretty cool. Worth a download if you are a Zelda fan. All right. And here's an example of when they remake the game and you're not playing the actual old game. Nintendo censors scene of enemy Goombas catcalling female party members from Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door remake. So here's an example. What's up, baby? Why don't you hang with us for a while? We play real nice. Oh, Goomba. So the scene in question is being at the beginning of the Let's Play here. Goomba, hey, what's up? Who's the hottie you got there with you? Paragoomba, what's up, baby? Why don't you come hang with us, play real nice? Spike Goomba, man, that's a fine-looking Goomba. What's a fine-looking Goomba doing with a tubby mustache man like that? Goombella. Oh, it is like so sweet that you boys think I'm cute. Seriously. Yeah, guys like you make me feel like totally barfing. Now get out of our way. Ouch, that was cold. What? You're too good for us. Come off it, sister. Nobody zings us like that. Nobody. Let's get him. So that was the original. And then the remake. Hey, man, what's up? You think it's cool to just waltz your way into our underground? Typical, you surface level snobs. So stuck up. Ooh, I get to see the sun. I like to breathe clean air. Ooh. I mean, that's funny. Hey,
I
yeah.
actually kind of liked this more.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, come on over here, scruffy mustache man. We're gonna teach you some proper manners. Leave him alone. Can't two academics and a world famous hero wander the sewers of a port town in peace? This is your usual greeting to visitors, then you must have learned it down here because it stinks. Ouch, that was cold. What? You're too good for a fight? If you ain't looking to tussle, then stay out of the sewer. Nobody doesn't start a fight with us. Nobody. Let's get 'em. Nobody doesn't start a fight with us. That's okay. Notably, per a 2004 translation guide of the game's Japanese script provided by GameFAQs, or Game FAQs, user Spookychi, in its original non-localized release, Mario's encounter with the Goombas plays out roughly the same as it would in English, with Goombella being hit on and rejecting the enemies. I don't think. I assume it's also censored, quote unquote censored in the Japanese remake. That'd be a question to know. I don't know. But yeah, so can't have catcalling anymore.
I'm surprised they didn't get rid of the boobas on the cover.
Yeah. Man, my scroll wheel is not having fun.
Also, it's a shame
God
that
forbid
this
we
is...
have the antagonists, and like catcalling other antagonists with the Goombas. They're not allowed to have.
No, they're catcalling the protagonist. Goombella is like your party member.
I'm just so used to the Goombas like being antagonists.
Yeah, I think this is Goombella.
Okay, makes sense now, but still, it's like, who cares? It's like,
I have not played this game. I've only played Super Paper Mario, but I did buy it. I'm not gonna be scared away from.
If it was girls, if it was female Goombas catcalling a male Goomba, like, it wouldn't be seen the same way. It'd be like, oh yeah, female empowerment. They're catcalling a guy or whatever. It's like,
my question. So, why do we know this? Doesn't the game release in like
on Friday? No, sorry, on Thursday. Next
Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah. So was this specific interaction in its entirety in the trailer or something, or is it like just people got early copies or something?
I don't know. Maybe it was part of
I just hope they didn't change like a lot of other things.
Oh,
because
okay.
I want to like. I unfortunately like. I pre-ordered this when you sent that stupid thing about you get the GameCube slipcase if you order with GameStop. And then this drops like a couple days later, and I'm like, wow, this is
that slipcover. I don't know if anyone has seen it, but
it looks exactly like the GameCube cover. Which arguably doesn't look that great, I'll be real, but, I can't not have something like, or at least in this case, I can't have it without the nostalgia.
So this is the slipcover that you get. I assume it's in GameStop America as well. Definitely in Canada anyway. I thought it was cool. I don't know. I am not scared off by this. Like, it's kind of annoying. It's like, why do you need to change it? It's not a huge big deal. But it's also not a huge big deal. They changed like a couple lines. I don't know. I'm not like too upset about it.
Well, the
It's
thing about
mildly
this
annoying.
Switch game, because it's like, did they call it a remake or whatever? Like,
yeah.
like it's
I mean, it's not
basically
literally named remake or anything, but
it's basically going to be kind of like a Metroid situation where it's like the game is going to be virtually like exactly like it was on GameCube, but now it's going to be widescreen, it's going to be enhanced, and my prediction is that it's going to have HD Rumble, which will be like that's arguably going to be a lot better to play like this than it would be to just like emulate the GameCube version or something, right?
yeah. You think HD Rumble is a big enough feature that you're like,
dude, Metroid with HD Rumble is so cool.
Oh, I've never in my life. There's one time in my life where I'm like, damn, HD Rumble is like something that actually matters here. And that one time was while I was playing Animal Crossing and fishing, and I had plugged in a third-party controller, an 8-bit DOE controller, and the rumble was so intense and like so strong, and like there's no like when you're fishing in Animal Crossing, you're playing on a pro controller, like an official pro controller. The hitting of like the fish to the line,
pulling on the line.
Yeah, it's like which is what tells you when you have to hit A to catch the fish. It's like a slow little buildup of like, you know. But with the 8-bit DOE controller, it's just like, and it was a lot harder for me to. I don't know if that came through on my mic, but anyway, that it was a lot harder to catch the fish. That was literally only time I've ever been like, I should go
it's
use
good
the other
that
controller.
it has like the variations and rumble to it.
Yeah.
Well, to be clear, the Joy-Cons also have HD Rumble, but I'm just talking from the perspective of like the experience and the immersion / enjoyment of it, rather than like it being a utilitarian whatever. Like, oh, I need the HD Rumble to play this Paper Mario turn-based. I think
Randy's the utilitarian masterpiece.
God. All right, moving on. Speaking of Paper Mario, Amazon and now Walmart have canceled pre-orders for Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. Walmart will sell in-store only. Print for Thousand Year Door might be on the smaller side. I'm not sure what that means. But,
what do you mean you're not sure what that means? They're saying there's going to be a small
print run. Yeah, okay, print run.
That's so actually kind of. It's not that it's good, but in my case, because I pre-ordered it on GameStop or whatever, like I also wanted the slipcover because, in theory, like, oh, this could be worth a lot, right? So if hearing that's going to be a small print run makes it even more,
well, we don't know if it's a small print run. That's one person's
this
theory.
Comes through. If that turns out to be the case.
So, just quickly, Walmart sent out this email, obviously canceling the order. Wario 64 looked. I'm not going to. He said it's not online. Not available. It is available still at Best Buy and GameStop and Target. So I don't know why Walmart and Amazon specifically canceled their orders. The theory that kind of makes sense to me is that they were worried about the game leaking because notoriously Switch games have leaked way early I think Breath of the Wild, not Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom was like a week early. Mario Wonder was at least a week early, if not more, leaking online. And obviously, if people remember, they went after Yuzu, shut Yuzu down because of the shit they were, because they were working on making the emulator compatible with Tears of the Kingdom before the game even came out. So if they have managed to, if by making it in-store only, they manage to limit the leaks, that makes sense to me. But that would not mean that the print run is lower.
Right.
Right? So
maybe open, like, did they say for sure for Walmart they will never sell it online or not sell online until after the release date?
They haven't said anything. They're just canceling the orders, and it's not available online. As far as I know, there hasn't been an official statement as to what is going on.
Okay.
Marvel Rivals developer attempts to explain ban on negative reviews for players with early access. So Marvel Rivals is a game that's similar to Overwatch and Valorant, right? It's like a team-based battle game. On May 11th, streamer Brandon Larned, better known as Seagull, who previously competed as a professional Overwatch player for Luminosity Gaming, whatever, all these things, revealed that the contract to play the game early had a ban on negative reviews. Seagull shared a screenshot from the contract that states, the content creator agrees not to make any public statements or engage in discussion that are detrimental to the reputation of the game. This includes, but is not limited to, making disparaging or satirical comments about any game-related material, such as game features, characters, or music, engaging in malicious comparisons with competitors, or belittling the gameplay or differences of Marvel Rivals, or providing subjective negative reviews of the game. Siegel commented on X, extremely disappointed in Marvel Rivals. Multiple creators asked for key codes to gain access to the playtest. They're in alpha now, just so you know, and are asked to sign a contract. The contract signs away your right to negatively review the game. Many streamers have signed without reading just to play. Insanity. So NetEase, the developer, responds to the ban on negative reviews, telling PC Games N that the contract is a draft version aiming for long-term cooperation with the creators who are interested in Marvel Rivals. The developer added, development team hopes to have more meaningful and consistent feedback, suggestions, and criticism through more in-depth cooperation. It's bullshit, but basically they want you to give them feedback, but they would prefer you not to do it online. Furthermore, the company stated it was working on revising terms and will share them back to the content creators community. All terms will go live only when both parties have discussed and have agreed. They also released this statement. Our stand is absolutely open to both suggestions and criticism to improve our game, and our mission is to make Marvel Rivals better, satisfy players by those constructive suggestions. Sorry, this is like broken English. I don't know if they're non-English speakers here. We are now working on revising the miscommunication terms from our commitment. The process will be shared with every creator in a timely manner. Marvel Rivals will always welcome creators join our community and create amazing content together with us. Content creators are respected not only as a player but part of the community here. Speaking of this, suggestions from for content creator program is about to release in the channels, which open to all opinions, comma period. Looking forward to hear your thoughts. So, seems they're working on it. My thought process on this is that it's an alpha and they're playtesting it. They're kind of seeing what works. I expect there'll be a lot of changes before the final release comes out, and possibly unwisely, but I think probably some corporate person just said, well, it's alpha, let's not let them complain about the game, because I would assume that they're worried that if someone sees something bad about the game in alpha and complains about it, like, oh, look at this game, it's the graphics are so shitty and the animation is like, it's choppy, and I don't like this gameplay mechanic or whatever. Oh, it's such a bad game. And then that goes viral. Everyone remembers, oh yeah, that was that crappy game. That, and then
they forgot to mention the game was a work in progress still.
Yeah, and then like the game comes out a year or two later, and it's like, well, yeah, that was alpha, and we fixed all those problems. That was never intended to really be the final product, and now you're basing your review off of this incomplete thing. So someone threw in this like non-disparagement clause to prevent that, but the content
it's still kind of a shitty thing. Like,
it's just censorship.
Write a clause, write a thing in there instead that you have to mention that this is a work in progress game, and then you solve all problems with that.
I think the real reason they include that is because they had that horrible Marvel game flop. I literally thought that's the game you were talking about when you mentioned the headline. I'm like, what are you talking about? I thought this game was already dead.
So you're talking about the Square Enix one?
Yeah.
Avengers? Yeah. It's possible that it might work if they put in a little thing saying like you have to, every time you talk about this game, you have to disclose that it's work in progress. But I think it's like, if it's alpha and you don't want negative feedback publicly, like obviously they're going to take negative feedback internally, I would expect. But if you don't want public negative feedback, don't invite content creators to fucking play your game. Like, what are you doing? That's
true.
Just so you don't want feedback then.
Yeah, it's like, are they not allowed to show the gameplay? Because if they show the gameplay, people can make their own conclusions even without them pointing it out. Like, other people will review the gameplay. So, and they're not under contract. So, I don't know. It seems not like a smart idea on their part.
Haphazard execution.
Yeah. Okay. Sony announces 2 PlayStation CEOs to replace Jim Ryan. Sony Interactive Entertainment has named Herman Hultz and Hideaki Nishino. The company announced Herman Hultz as the CEO of the new Studio Business Group, a branch responsible for overseeing all PlayStation game content alongside adapting their IP to new media like film and television. Okay. Then Hideaki Nishino is the new CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment's Platform Experience Group, where he will continue to be in charge of their hardware Technologim products. I don't know what that word is. Technologim products, services, and overall platform experience, as well as third-party publishers, developers, and commercial operations. So, Nishino is going to deal with third-party publishers. Okay. I mean, this might be stereotyping, but he looks Japanese. So, it's possible that he's Japanese. And he may have a better attitude about games like Stellar Blade and potentially forcing third-party developers to conform to their standards.
It'd be wild if like all the other ports got the full uncensored game.
But what is odd here is that Herman is going to still oversee PlayStation game content. So I'm not too sure what that means. Like, does that mean Herman is going to oversee all of Sony their direct published games, and Hideki is going to oversee all the third-party games, and then to have Herman look after the IP and media, alternate media, and Hideki look after the hardware stuff. Like, I feel like you should have one person looking at the hardware stuff and one person looking at the game stuff. I don't know why that wasn't the split. But that, I don't know. Maybe they're smarter than me, I guess. Both joint CEOs will succeed now retiring boss Jim Ryan as of June 1st. Hikori Totoki, who has been serving as the interim CEO of the branch since Ryan departed, will move into a position as chairman of SIE, which is their internal entertainment, Sony Interactive Entertainment thing, alongside his role as president, CEO, CFO of Sony Corp at large. Both Nishono and Holtz will report to Totoki. There you go. And then they said all their bullshit. Ha! Welcome. Other change-up news at Sony. Sony has officially given Phil Lord and Christopher Miller creative control of all Marvel films and shows going forward. So, Phil Lord and Christopher Miller, famous for directing and producing, I think, the Lego Movie and Into the Spider-Verse / Across the Spider-Verse. Kind of makes sense that Sony would hand shit over to them, considering that's basically the only Marvel-related property that they still own that has made any money without Disney's direct involvement, which would be the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies. So movies like Venom, Carnage, Madam Web. I know I'm forgetting one.
Craven.
Craven coming up. Venom 3 coming up. Morbius, that was the one I was forgetting. So all of the ones that have come out, Venom, Morbius, Carnage, Madam Web, have tanked. They can't make movies for shit. Venom was okay, but I mean the rest of them were terrible. Craven does not look good at all. I don't have high hopes for Venom 3, but we may be saved after those 2 movies come out. The Lord and Christopher Miller may help steer the ship, although it may also be like what I said earlier with Kevin Feige, where you get promoted until you suck at your job and they fall apart. Who knows? I guess we will find out soon. Hopefully, this does not ruin the Into the Spider-Verse movies, because those were the only good thing they had. All right, and that's it for
service.
All right.
That's it for game news.
Proud of
go
you.
over comments?
You did a good job. All right.
It was longer than I thought. But
all right, so I believe the last one was, it's never a big deal until you try and mod it back in regards to the Goomba line.
Real quick, I'm going to try and rejoin because the entirety, like, I still hear you guys, but it's just kind of like constantly like stuttering you guys.
That's not good.
Everybody, yeah.
Yeah, the thing about the mods is like they always go for the mods. Like, why do you care if I mod the game?
Yeah. Here's a remake leaks. You can play it at any time already. Yeah. Employees leak. That's the other thing. The employees get first access to it, and they stick one in their pocket and go home.
Yeah, but I don't think an employee is going to be like posting that online. Yeah. I think the leaks are coming from.
I remember when the 7th Harry Potter book came out. It leaked like 4 or 5 days before it was officially out, and all the pictures were from a store's back room.
Yeah, I think it's coming from a warehouse, just someone popping one off the stack. That's the biggest gap in like security, right? Most things, like when in terms of like release dates, most things don't matter when it releases. Video game, like movies, if a movie's hitting a Walmart or whatever, it's already been in theaters. If it leaks a week early, no one gives a shit, right? People already know the ending. Cam versions have been online this whole time. Usually the digital version, like the VOD version, has
that's
already
probably
been
out. Or it's already out. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like this is a very unique thing for video games. I guess the books would also have this, to be fair.
Yeah.
Right. But books are a lot bigger, and they're a lot harder to share. Right. So if you did smuggle a book out of somewhere, it's not like you're going to be scanning like 1,000 pages and uploading the scanned copy.
Well, like what I just said. They took pictures of every single page, and you could see in the background that this was clearly a back room of a book.
Oh, I didn't realize you meant of every page. I thought you meant like pictures of the books.
The entire fucking book, page by page.
Well, I guess some people do it, but for video games, it's easier. Definitely easier.
With digital books, couldn't you theoretically like copy and paste the entire book in your text buffer or whatever?
Yeah, you could.
Hack the system, get the book early.
Although some, depending on the platform, like I could see them blocking the ability to copy, but.
Well, no, I'm just saying, in theory, if somehow you had raw text of an entire book, you can paste it to a friend. Like,
if you were able to copy it, yeah. Like, sometimes it'll be they'll do a digital book and it's like non-selectable text, right? So you can't copy it. Other times they'll like when you could screenshot it. Other times, if you try and copy it, it'll like inject something into. They'll have like a keyboard shortcut set up for the website or the app or whatever, that when it detects a Control-C, it overwrites the clipboard with something else. You know,
It just says piracy is wrong.
I mean, probably not, but I mean, if someone wanted to get cheeky, they could make that happen.
So, all contracts require both parties to agree, I would imagine. I can't sign a contract that says Randy has to move to the United States and he has to adhere to it even though he didn't agree to it. That's kind of a no-duh. They can't promote the game because they don't make any money off the mods. And some like games actually praise the mods. You know? Like in the official channels, check out this mod, check out this mod.
Yeah. Well, some people have superiority problems, right? And it's like, oh well, we can't let our game be seen in this light, like, you know, that kind of bullshit. Control.
You can't have that wall of pride flag between into an American flag in the middle of New York City.
Except if you live in a country that doesn't like gay people, then we're okay with it.
You know, everything. Yeah. All right. I guess I have to take over now. What was it? This one? Yes. And all right. So previously, and by previously, almost a year ago, or actually more than a year ago yesterday.
Damn, son.
Well, when this article came out, so we probably covered it almost a year ago. We covered the Dark Horse was releasing Trigun and Trigun Maximum and the deluxe hardcover editions, and their initial design was these monstrosities that I'm pretty sure everyone here on the podcast did not care for, to put it lightly. They were originally slated to come out in December 5th, the first one. Last year, obviously, that came and went. And now they're coming out, the first one's coming out in September. And they have gotten a much appreciated redesign.
You call that a redesign? They turned it red?
Red for Vash's jacket and the orange for his sunglasses. It makes so much more sense.
That's fantastic, Reese. What I like on a cover is art.
Well,
not
they have
void of a giant color.
So, well, you bought the Berserk Deluxe editions, did you not?
I feel like it would have been better if the line art was thicker.
Yeah, I did buy the Berserk Deluxe editions. If it had Kentaro Miura's art on the cover, it would have been a massive improvement.
So they also have for as far as I know, outside of Blade of the Immortal Deluxe editions, they have individual covers, and so
Blade of the Immortal actually had a cover. Now that I think of it.
Yeah, I actually had artwork on it.
Yeah. You know what, Reese? You know why this is actually, like, still even more dumb? Because the Hellsing Deluxe editions, aren't those red? Aren't those paint bucketed red, too?
In a different shade of red.
Wow.
And the text is black.
Wow.
Yeah.
So different.
I appreciate that you're amazed at my memory.
No, I'm just amazed at the difference.
I know. Moving right along. How do you like this cover?
Pretty good. I'm not a fan of the price though, but then again, Aniplex, so
still waiting for a standard edition to surface.
Right? Because don't they didn't release the standard edition of
Season 2?
Yeah.
What?
Did they release standard editions of Season 2, Reese? Do you know?
Yeah, they did standard editions for all of the previous ones.
Okay, I didn't think so, but
yeah. So Demon Slayer Sorcerer's Village arc. This is the Aniplex limited edition. It's coming out in June.
I kind of want it, but then again, they're all cancer size. If I remember, they're all like mismatched.
These look like, oh god, these look like they're gonna be Blu-ray height. So it's gonna be like the previous ones had DVD height, and like Blu-ray height, DVD height. Now back to Blu-ray height.
And the movie.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't include the movie, because the movie is a part of season 2, right? So it's like, if you didn't get the movie, is it still AIDS?
Yeah.
Or is it less AIDS?
I don't know. But apparently it comes with 6 soundtrack CDs.
You know what's funny? The other day, I was ripping the soundtracks of like some of the Sentais that I have, like that I replaced. So like Akame ga Kill and stuff. And I looked to see what the original price of the soundtracks are, and it's like $20 and stuff. I'm like, are you kidding? I thought I heard this stuff was valuable in Japan.
Oof. All right, Writing Bean is getting its mass market release coming out in September. And it has the worst tagline I've seen so far. Chicago's only got room for one massive bean.
Okay.
Like,
is it...
You know,
did Brad say this was worse than Smith Cats? Like, it's not that great?
Well, all I know is that Gunsmith Cats is like his top. So this isn't going to be as good as Gunsmith Cats, right? Is my assumption. But I'm pretty sure he at least still likes Riding Bean. He just doesn't like that the chick is blonde and like not the same character design as Gunsmith Cats. That's what I remember.
But like,
was the Kickstarter version any good? Like, is that worth pursuing, like on eBay or something, or should I just go for the mass market version?
If their eBay prices are anything to go off of the Kickstarters, I would not pursue that because Random 11 was looking for the Bubblegum Crisis thing. I can't find any. I think I only found like a standard Kickstarter edition, and that one was like, I don't know, $200 or $300.
Jeez, I wanted to go for Megazone 23, but that was like, yeah, it was like 100 and something. I was like, oh man, like 150 or something like that.
I mean, if you can find it, but the thing is, like, as Brad pointed out centuries ago when the Kickstarter first launched, or when we got the first updates on the design, there's no end label on the Riding Bean limited edition.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so, I'm upset that I was not able to get the Bubblegum Crisis release, but now I'm doubly upset because Saveka said that he's gonna re-release Bubblegum Crisis in a new encoding.
No, that happened already. Or wait, no.
Yeah.
Are you saying it's going to be an upgrade
affordable edition or whatever?
Yeah. So the affordable edition, or the one that is on the Animego store, was on the Animego store and / on Amazon, was the standard release of this Bubblegum Crisis. It was on 1 disc, where the Kickstarter was on 2 discs at a higher bit rate. And it had a cool box and all this stuff. And so that's the one I wanted, but Robert Woodhead said, nope, not doing any more. We don't have any more.
You're
out of luck.
And do you have the reviews of Power?
And so I said, okay, whatever, I'll buy that one on Amazon. But now, when Savekis bought the company, he said they're going to do another version in a new encoding, not presumably, think he meant new in reference to the one that's currently available. So, meaning
like a third edition.
Yeah. So.
I would almost say that's probably going to be the best one, the one that's going to come out.
So I'm kind of glad I didn't get the Kickstarter one, but it could be. It could be. I don't know if it will, but it could be better.
It could be better than the mass market one, but there's no way it's going to be better than the Kickstarter one because
maybe it is.
MeOCD did the Kickstarter one. I'm pretty sure, and it was like the way they described it. Sorry, MeOCD also did the mass market edition, and that's when they deliberately said like this is a lower bit rate than the other one, but it compresses well and blah blah blah. Whereas the other one was like at least double the friggin' bitrate. Now, the new one might be an improvement over the mass market one, but I don't see it exceeding the Kickstarter one because that one, as Robert J. Woodhead put it for the latest Kickstarter they did for Macross or whatever, like the bitrate's gonna be like as high as it can before it burns your player, right, or whatever. So I'm pretty sure that's been their philosophy since day one. Anyway.
So back to am I the only one who thinks that the tagline is really stupid? Considering this OVA was released like in the 80s or early 90s, and that giant bean in Chicago was made in the early 2000s. Like this has no business referencing giant bean in Chicago. I mean, am I the only one who thinks that's kind of stupid that they did that?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what the hell giant bean is, so you're on your own.
But does the anime take place in Chicago?
Yeah, it takes apparently.
Well, then it makes more sense.
But why reference something that doesn't exist in show?
Oh, you're saying in the same way that there's an anime dub that will make reference to like Avatar the Blue People in 2008 when the show came out in like 2000?
Something, I guess, whatever. Cloud Gate, that's what it's called.
Well, let's just say the tagline is kind of the least significant part of the entire show.
I understand that, but why put it on there like that in the first place? It's so stupid. So, yeah, the giant bean that everybody was throwing dildos onto.
If the show takes place in Chicago, and you are also from Chicago, maybe it makes you want it more because it talks more about Chicago.
I think
this is literally the advertising lingo. Like it's a headline or whatever. It's not meant to be in the show.
Whatever. Anyway, moving on. To Your Eternity, the complete first season is coming out finally.
Was this one that we speculated Aniplex was gonna rip from us and hold hostage?
I don't think so.
I was actually stunned that it was Viz. I was like, oh shit, yeah, I forgot you guys do stuff outside of like.
That's true. It's Viz and Crunchyroll or whatever. Like what?
Yeah, I'm not really surprised because the Viz Crunchyroll thing has been a thing. Like Viz released Jujutsu Kaisen, even though the dub came out on Crunchyroll.
Yeah, even though we're gonna get season 2 from Crunchyroll, which is
we're gonna get season 2. We got the movie, and season 2 is gonna be coming from Crunchyroll.
It's like, why do you do this? Why?
So, and then we've got Crunchyroll's August slate, which is pretty decent. So first up, we got the Sweet Reincarnation on Blu-ray. My unique skill makes me OP even at level 1.
Wow.
Yeah.
That
another like
sounds boring.
Overpowered anime isekai.
It's good dub. It did. Oh, English, French, English, Japanese, French, and German dubs.
Oh, okay. It's one of those kind of releases.
One Piece Season 13, Voyage 9.
Damn.
So
Okay.
879 to 891.
There's Noriko in her tanned glory.
I'm pretty sure that's Vivi. I don't see it tattoos.
Yeah, Vivi, and not Nojiko.
I don't even watch with One Piece, and I know that. The Devil's a Part-Timer, Season 2, Part 2.
Did this not get a limited?
Apparently.
No, we finally have the verdict.
Wow. Thank you, Crunchyroll. Thank you for being inept and dumb and just
inconsistent.
And then they make the case blue.
I'm fine with the case being blue so long as there's a limited, like.
Well, I'm just saying it's red, and then blue, rather than it having a limited edition. So now the part that was supposed to be the final hope of all mankind is the very thing that sticks out like a sore thumb.
Rip. Bungo Stray Dogs Season 5 is coming out.
I honestly
forgot
there
were
seasons 3, 4,
already?
and 5. Yeah, I was like, we're up to 5 already? I knew
the
it was
fact
season
they
1.
have 5 tells me they should have made more limited editions than the first season.
Yeah. But the sad thing is, the first 3 in the movie are combo packs, then 4 and 5 are Blu-ray only.
That sounds like a Reese problem.
And then we got The Ancient Magus Bride Season 2 Part 1. So
Why do I feel like this already happened ages ago?
Well, they had the first series.
I know, but I feel like the second season already released for some reason.
Nope. So this is a Blu-ray DVD combo pack, so there's high possibility that Season 2 Part 2 will have a limited edition.
Yeah, I honestly think this is going to have a limited. Now, I could be wrong because Control likes to, prove us wrong in that regard. But
this first season had one, so it does make sense that the second one does.
I'm basing all this on the fact that there's a DVD copy with this, and there's 2 parts.
I don't know how that equals, like, okay, it's going to be limited edition just because of that. You're not looking at it had a limited edition for season 1 factor. Anyway,
did you miss the part where we just talked about the Devil's a Part-Timer?
Yeah, but what is the combo pack?
Yeah, but
and that first season was also a combo pack, and the second season was not.
Yeah, but there's also, well, what is it? What was the other? Listen, bitch. There are other shows that have had limited editions, okay, that were Blu-ray only. Okay, I don't have it on my
2-part series that had 2 parts to it, with the second part coming with a limited edition. This is what we're talking about. It has to be a 2-part series that has a second part with a limited edition that's Blu-ray only. Go find me that.
A second part? Well, I'm thinking a second season.
No, it has to have the second part which houses both parts together. That's what I'm talking about. Not just a standalone season. Not just a standalone season. Not just the first season. No, it has to be a 2-part collect set where both parts were Blu-ray only, and the second part had a limited edition.
It could also be the DVD because they're carrying it over from the previous legacy seasons.
Did they do that with Devil's a Part-Timer?
No, but they've done it with 7,000 other things. Date Alive. That doesn't.
Am I actually the strongest for the complete season of Blu-ray? All right. I'm kind of disappointed this isn't getting a limited edition.
Berserk
Golden Age arc.
Yeah, that's
the Memorial Edition. I feel like they could have done so much better with the art. This better be art not final. This looks like crap. Like the least they could have done with the promo image.
They could have stolen from the Japanese limited.
Yeah.
The Trigun Deluxe Edition looks fantastic, but this Berserk one that has art that's monochrome. Ugh. I agree, but I'm just saying.
Where the fuck is it? Come on. Like, this artwork could have been so much better.
You watched the Memorial Edition, like, did it really add much that was substantial?
They added the Campfire of Dreams scene. Or this one even would have been better.
I don't know. I think they should have just paint bucketed the whole thing red and then just put the Berserk logo.
Yeah.
I don't know, I have a hard time distinguishing that from other Berserk versions. Hell's Paradise. Nice.
Hell's Paradise.
Looking forward to the limited. I think it's going to be limited, right? Yeah.
So we've got the standard edition. And then the limited edition is an Amazon exclusive.
It is?
Yeah,
that's right. I did not realize that. So it's a Cowboy Bebop situation.
Oh man, I hate that layout.
I didn't realize it was. I thought it was on Crunchyroll as well.
Oh no. This is me predicting. It's going to be a slip case that's going over the box, and that's the little window pop out. Maybe not, based on those extra images. They might have shown the slipcase if it had one, but that's what it looks like. I wouldn't be surprised because, as you just said with Bebop, that one, well, actually not the Amazon exclusive one, the re-release had that stupid window cut out with
that stupid gimmick that you could swap out the art cards.
Yeah.
I could actually, now that you say that, yeah, I could, like, you could swap out with these. That's, you know.
Yeah, but it's just so annoying.
You'd be cutting off her face, and not what
you have this giant black void on the right, and then you get a snippet of the image.
And season 1 in Times New Roman over here.
Place your bets. Is it going to be a cutout?
Fate Stay Night's font is Times New Roman, I think.
And we got My Hero Academia Season 6 Part 2. And this is apparently coming with the HLB and the Laugh As If You Are in Hell OVAs. You know, the ones that were supposed to come with Season 5 Part 2, but then just completely disappeared.
Are they missing more OVAs still, or does that fill
There's
in the
still
holes?
2 that were released when Season 1 came out, or DVD only manga limited edition releases. I don't know if they ever released them on Blu-ray in Japan or not. So, yeah, we're still missing 2 OVAs. And here's the limited edition.
And I cry every time because I abandon the limited. I'm like, that looks neat. Oh, wait, I abandoned my limited editions because that's
not interrupting.
I stayed with standard this whole time.
Well, I didn't. I mean, I did, but like, actually, I cucked myself twice because I bought the limiteds, they burned down, and then I bought the complete season sets, which Crunchyroll for some reason decided not to continue.
Isn't that like, you know, collectors? We kind of exist in this like stock market of placing bets
Stockholm syndrome.
Which version of the set is the one you should collect because it's going to have the longevity to go the distance.
Well, I think because Crunchyroll is finally getting back into doing re-releases, those might come back with slipcovers.
Hopefully,
it's probably going to happen, especially.
I'm
if
sure
it
as soon as they finish the series, there's going to be like a complete $200.
Honestly, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm with Brad on that. I'm
I think
hoping
it'll be more than $200.
Okay, $500.
Well, hold on. How much was the Dragon Ball?
I don't know.
Probably 500.
Do you think there'll be steelbooks?
Wait. The Amazon one is cheap.
Each season with steelbooks? Oh, that'd be interesting.
That one was $200. Was it $250?
Oh, but I didn't collect the steelbook movies. Fuck, I'm gonna be.
Got it eBay.
Yeah.
Right. Space Dandy's getting a re-release.
Nice, except I already own the limiteds.
Yeah. And again, this was previously released with the classics release that had the ugly purple or gray, whatever.
They also had a complete that was like a combo or whatever with both.
Now it's just got purple on the sides. What the fuck's that?
Yeah. It doesn't say classics or essentials or any of that bullshit, and it actually comes with a slipcover.
Yeah, but why is there purple on the sides? It's like
probably because
the
that
cover
was
is pillar box.
Probably because this image is only in this aspect ratio, so they had to fill it in somewhere. Would you rather have it be all the way over, have a big, huge purple line?
They could like Photoshop generative fill. Fuck that. Problem solved.
They didn't want to cut off her foot at the top here. So that
generative fill. You could have generative fill and given her more foot room.
They're probably not allowed to do that, to alter official Japanese marketing images.
I'd have done it. I'd have gaslit those Japanese companies. What are you talking about? This is the image you gave me.
You must have deleted it on your end.
Yeah.
For some reason, One Piece Film Gold is getting.
I'm actually worried about this, and I don't know if I need to go to eBay to buy the old one because I'm wondering if they replaced Vic's voice with Johnny Young Bosch as Sabo at the end.
What?
I don't think so, but I don't know.
You'll find out in August.
My best guess is this is a slipcase release.
Why would it have
has a slipcase?
Sure looks like a slipcase. That's not final though. So maybe
all of the previews look like they have a slipcase. That's how I have this PTSD. How it's like, oh, that looks perfectly fine, and then it's like, yeah, it was never made with a slipcase. Oh, except it's usually other distributors like not G-Kids, but
this is what it looks like when it doesn't have a slipcase.
No thanks.
And the purple bars are bigger here, so you should be happy that they're smaller.
That's a different artwork.
Listen, man, it's not a 50
one would be harder to generate.
It's being pushed down by
it's being dramatic.
It's being pushed down by these two banners, so actually it's the same like aspect ratio, but it's
also harder to generative fill. If you generative fill that one, it would look like ass. The other one was
just
so easy.
Merge it to the right, generative fill just the left side.
Yeah, but then he's not centered.
For some reason, the season 2 Ellie is still available.
Nope.
Right? I saw that too.
And the season 1, you can get the both of these for. Oh my god!
Can you get the season 1 limited edition?
No, you can get the season 1 standard edition and the season 2 limited edition still.
I'm convinced.
So you still have the season.
I'm convinced that Crunchyroll's strategy. You know how we talked about like whatever that game company was that when that one racing game, like what was it called?
The Crew.
The Crew. Yeah. So when the Crew 2 was coming out, they decided to remove your ability to play the Crew 1 to try to get you to go play the Crew 2. Yeah, Crunchyroll has a similar strategy where they release an extremely limited run of the re-release so that you will be like, well, why don't I just buy the cheaper one, you fucking dumb idiots? And then they sell out of the thing they've been trying to sell for years. It's like, that worked like a charm.
Wasn't Fooly Cooly when they had the re-release? The new one was cheaper.
This one? Also, this was originally supposed to come out in July. It got bumped 3 weeks into August.
Wow.
Okay. So I'm curious if they're going to release progressive and alternative.
I think Warner Brothers will be releasing that. Progressive Ultimate right here.
I know, but
are you talking about the older one? Or the newer ones?
They have it as season 1, so it's like, okay, are you gonna release seasons 2 and 3? And did you make a deal with Warner Brothers to
They're basically just making sure that this is, you know what you're getting.
Yeah. Or you could just get the original on Blu-ray that's still in stock, but is more expensive for some reason.
$44.98.
How it's more expensive, I don't.
Let me sign in and see what I get for the discount. So $38.23 versus $25.49.
I'm wondering if I paid that amount, the 44 or the $40 for Fooly Cooly. Probably. And then they're like, psych, here's a re-release that's cheaper.
All right, that's it for me. I'm done.
Or tragedies of being getting cucked all the time.
Do you want to take over, AC?
Sure. Let me just finish this beignet hole.
Okay, the only thing is, we've made one alteration that we haven't actually put in the doc yet, and that is the order of the McDonald's Happy Meal article. Yeah. That goes second last. Yeah.
Before the other burger one.
Sorry, what?
There's a McDonald's uses polymerization Happy Meal. That one gets opened second last above Japanese burger chain.
Okay, so you moved that.
No, we didn't move it.
We haven't moved it yet, but we're gonna.
You're telling me to move it to right before the Mos Burger one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay, he gets it.
All right.
Also,
intermission.
Oh, intermission.
Look how disgusting this looks. I just pulled it out of the mini fridge in here. What the fuck is that? Full screen.
Ew.
Why is that like that? Why is it dusty? How do you get dust in the fridge? Anyway, I'm gonna go grab a different one.
He's got the big money. He can pay for the stuff and when he checks out. They count everything that's in the fridge.
It doesn't matter.
He's probably gonna pay $10 for that shot.
Marty, you don't understand. Once you've pulled it out, you paid for it.
Oh no! You're frozen there for a second.
Oh no! Yeah, my signal's pretty low. I might be on the conference Wi-Fi. I am. Let me switch.
It's from across the street.
Do you think this will be an upgrade over his home internet?
Yes, it is.
It was fine earlier.
We were on the call. We were on the call with him last night for 2 hours.
What's up?
What? You were on a call with him for 2 hours? Oh, I missed
you were in here with us.
You were with us, you dingus.
For 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Hours. I took a call from my wife in the middle of it that lasted 20.
Yes, I'm not including that. You were sitting on. That was I didn't see the. You may as well have been a still frame for that entire call. I wasn't watching.
Okay. All right.
You need to pace when you make your phone calls next time.
That's my normal. I was trying something new. All right, here we go.
Hold on, before you start.
You had the perfect angle for OnlyFans.
Mirage. Hello, Mirage. You're a bit late, but glad you're catching up. Love the theme song for the podcast. Also, another pickup I got today was Fire Emblem Gauge for Switch. My local Walmart had it for $20, and if you go to eBay, Super Mario RPG is $20 cheaper at $40.
Beware of bootlegs.
Yeah.
Okay. Was that okay?
It's timeless.
It's timeless. What?
That's the Riding Beans tagline.
It's
Chicago
not timeless.
only has one.
They're gonna fucking demolish that Cloud Gate next year or something, and then it'll be stupid.
Chicago only has room for one bean this big. Tagline.
Oh.
So Reese, are you saying if we say taller than the Twin Towers,
No,
and then
actually, he's right. If Chicago only has room for one bean this big, and the Chicago bean is getting demolished, it means writing bean is the bean big enough to be the bean, right?
Be the bean.
Is the anime set in the future of Chicago?
No.
Oh, no. The tagline was Chicago's only got room for one massive bean.
It's the same difference, Reese. I'm sorry, I didn't remember it word for word.
Listen, this is the important subject, okay? Reese cannot let it go.
So about this fucking stupid.
They've been correcting me this whole goddamn podcast.
Yeah.
Say that right. You didn't say that right. God damn it.
We need to change this to you and your grammar.
Just put me in the oven already, all right?
It should say YOUR apostrophe grammar. Okay.
Should an anime made before 2000 set in New York remove the Twin Towers for the dub? No.
No.
There you go.
Anime made after it should put it back in. Never forget.
Never forget what
Okay.
you took from us.
Oh, what am I doing? I'll have a second monitor. Okay. If you would like to support the OCA podcast, you can shop at Stealthweed. There's lots of ways you can make my day. Buy a fun shit shirt. Rainbow Rebecca. Put my blood, sweat, and tears in this
I'm
shirt.
wearing a limited edition one. That's no longer available.
Yep. I may have found a way to get it back on the store, but no promises. I'm going to make the was it Beethoven shirt from Mob Psycho? That's going to be my next Stealthweed project, I think. Anyway, there's also OCApodcast.com/store, where I have yet to put up the Pornhub shirt, so good job, me. Moving on. All right. Foreign shoppers in Akihabara tip us off to an awesome souvenir idea. Do-it-yourself paper theater kit. Yeah, so I just want to show you this thing because holy fuck. This is the craft you buy someone you hate. You want them to secretly suffer because it looks so hard. It looks so cool when you do it, but any crafting kit that comes with forceps and like glue, you're like, oh God, no. Look at that shit.
I cut all that out.
Yeah, he's holding a box cutter. He looks like his life is over. Oh, but the end result looks so cool.
Yeah, the other thing you don't realize, like, your hands are going to sweat so much and warp the paper.
Oh, yeah. One time when my brother was in gymnastics, my parents put out they did a party for the gym team before they went to like nationals or whatever. And we got these big, huge banners printed on like tarp that was then affixed to a PVC pipe frame that we created. And my dad, I inherited these genes from my dad where it doesn't matter how good of a shape you're in. It doesn't matter how long you've been working out. Within the first 2 minutes, you're drenched in sweat. And so my dad had like sweat dripping off of his brow onto this thing. And we had to go in later with marker to try to restore it because the second the sweat hit it, all the color left it. Yeah, sounds pretty nasty. Anyway, so there you go. Yes, our new smartphone looks like at least 2 Studio Ghibli anime characters, Sharp says. So yeah, they put out this new smartphone that doesn't look anything like, an iPhone or anything. and it kind of somewhat a little bit looks like the forest spirits. What are they called? The Kodamos?
Kodamas, yeah.
And it also kind of looks like the giant thing from Castle in the Sky.
guess by that logic, the Kodamas and the giant thing look the same too.
Mm-hmm.
They have the same eyes.
And wouldn't you know it, we've learned why Randy wants the Master Sword so bad. Life-sized, vibrating Legend of Zelda Master Sword for sale from Nintendo.
Damn,
what part of the Zelda lore did I miss?
Is this to match your butt plug that you got a couple months ago?
Seriously? What is is it like you stick it in the sheath and that's like the charging case?
And then you
for when you need to have some fun time destroying your prostate? Vanquish Ganon's evil in my ass.
Die, hemorrhoids!
I mean, you would.
Speaking of hemorrhoids, welcome back. Wait.
What? As soon as Daddy comes back, the money starts flowing. Thanks.
$10 super chat.
Oh shit!
Thank you, the cool 2T.
Thank you. I was on another window. I didn't see that. I'll update the spreadsheet later so that the chart updates on the website.
If you were to do this, you would put it hilt first, right? Like the blade part's not vibrating.
Yeah, and then you wield the master sword coming out of your ass.
Nobody wants the sharp end caressing their prostate, Randy. What are you, crazy?
No, I was about to make
got a mushroom head on the end of the handle.
Listen, I'm talking to the utilitarian masturbator. I don't know. Maybe he knows something we don't know.
I was going to say the same thing Reese did, but Reese interrupted me as if I wasn't going to say the exact same thing.
Wow. I didn't know you could brand paint thinner as alcohol. Whoa.
That's the special non-dust version.
What is that? Holy shit.
That's
47% alcohol. Yeah, okay. That's 40. This is 47. Wow. Shit. Okay. Yeah, let's get back to Randy's prostate. It glows blue like the Bombay Sapphire. Anyway,
red when it detects an STD.
Does it go handle first to ease it in, or is it hard mode and you start from the other end?
Look, man, choose your own adventure. You can put the wings in for all I care.
All determines a different ending depending on which way you approach it.
Depending on how hard it's vibrating, it might just wiggle its way right in. I don't even know. Holy shit, that's a long.
Sheath or non-sheath?
It's an actual two-handed version of the Master Sword.
Oh yeah, the full 40-inch
Oh my god.
Ass destroyer.
They need to do the Great Goron sword next.
The big Goron sword?
Oh yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, that's like if your prostate survived this, it's ready for level 2. You have to come in under 5 minutes, or else the ingredients go bad.
Also, the Fierce Deity sword. I would love that one.
Yeah, the Fierce Deity sword. Oh, no. All right, anyway. Fried Pokemon. Tokyo restaurant serves up an unusual dish. Pikachu? Is that you? Yeah, so our Pokemon-obsessed reporter, PK Sanjun, is always on the lookout for anything related to the franchise, and usually the quirkier it is, the better. However, on a recent trip that took him to Awajicho Station, which is within walking distance from the otaku mecca of Akihabara.
Are you feeling it already?
I'm pouring it into my Coca-Cola. Anyway, he stumbled upon something that made him do a double take. And though it was quirky, it was also slightly disturbing. Fried Pokemon. So it says Pokemon. It probably says Pokemon like Karaage or something. I don't know.
So this is a rare occasion where you want a fried rat at a restaurant.
It's right above the highball. Despite traveling the world searching for Pokemon, PK had never encountered fried Pokemon before, though he felt a slight trembling of trepidation at the prospect of eating a pocket monster. As a big believer of the catch-em-all ethos, he found himself walking through the doors of the restaurant, which was called Tafukuro. Tafukuro is a Chinese restaurant with 8 branches, the main one being in Kawasaki, and PK visited the Ochanomizu location. Surprisingly, fried Pokemon, or Pokemon Age, called it, as it's called in Japanese, isn't the most sought-after dish on the menu here, as the staff member who served PK recommended the stone-grilled Mapo tofu as their most popular meal. However, PK would not be swayed, ordering the Pokemon Age for 759 yen or $4.90 US. After a few minutes, his fried Pokemon arrived. Fearing the restaurant may have found a way to capture and fry up pocket monsters, PK dipped one of the golden morsels into the accompanying mayonnaise, and with chopsticks shaking, he took a cautious bite. Chewing, he realized this was fried chicken, or karaage, as it's known in Japanese. It was crunchy and delicious, but PK couldn't help wondering why the heck is it called fried Pokemon. Flipping through the pages of the menu, he found Pocket Monster Age, which revealed the reason behind the name. Featured on the TV Pokemon Sunday. Oh. Is that all? Pokemon Sunday was a Pokemon information variety show that ran on Japanese TV from 2004 to 2010, and Tafukuro's fried chicken was introduced on the program as fried Pokemon. Morbid! As the Pokemon Company was involved in the program, which ran live research segments alongside reruns of the anime, PK figures this chicken dish must have received the thumbs up to be sold as fried Pokemon. With the segment airing over a decade ago, the dish was almost lost to the sands of time, but Pokemon fans like PK are doing their bit to spread the word about it so that everyone can close their eyes and imagine they're biting into a Pokemon. I mean, it's easier than closing your eyes and taking in the Master Sword. Whether you're a fan of the series or not, this is a great tasting snack that's a good value for the 7 pieces you get, which has us thinking, if you could eat 7 fried Pokemon, which ones would they be? Torchic would have to be on the list for sure. But if they had a surf and turf option, Magikarp definitely has the chops for it, having proven its eatability when it appeared as Taiyaki Sweet back in 2016. Who has thoughts about this?
Seems dumb.
It does.
It's just fried chicken.
I'm glad I read it. All right, let's talk about bread loaves that were recalled in Japan after rat remains were found. Can't get bread, can't get orange juice, can barely get French fries. The Japanese are going to starve to death.
They should just call it Pokemon remains.
Yeah.
Bread.
A Pokemon
Pikachu, is that you? So
who's that?
Loaves of bread.
Sell extra. Sell it for extra.
Yeah, now it's a premium product.
Yeah.
Exotic. Loaves of bread have been taken off the store shelves in Japan after the remains of a small animal believed to be a rat were found. Production of the bread was halted at a Tokyo factory, with 104,000 packages being recalled, according to Pasco Shikishima Corp. This reminds me of that legend where the guy claims that there was a rat in his Mountain Dew, and he went to court with Mountain Dew, and Mountain Dew won the lawsuit by proving that if a rat had been in a Mountain Dew can, it would fully dissolve by the time it got to the store shelves. And then the Mythbusters stuck a rat in Mountain Dew and proved that yes, it would fully become liquid by the time it would have gotten from the warehouse to the store shelves?
There's no way that's true.
Yeah, they did it on MythBusters. It was not the same color as a normal Mountain Dew. It was pretty just.
I can almost believe the story, but there's no way MythBusters did that.
Are you fucking kidding me? You're gonna challenge me on this right now when I have receipts?
So many complaints from PETA.
Was that the episode that never aired? The Lost
Mountain
episode?
Dew Rat.
I remember there was something to do with the rat that they couldn't air or something. That maybe it was the rat fornication myth episode.
Did they not do it? MythBusters.
MythBusters did something where they put teeth in Coke.
I remember that one. I could have sworn. Well, okay, maybe they talked about it in that episode. God, I remember them being something where the liquid turned pulpy red, and it was like horrifying. They put something in it, and it dissolved to a degree that wasn't sufficient to still be drinkable. Anyway, all right, back to this. Quote, we will do our utmost to strengthen our quality control so that this will never happen again. We ask for your understanding and your cooperation. It said, the company said. Japanese media reports said that at least 2 people who bought the bread in Gunma Prefecture, northwest of Tokyo, complained to the company about finding a rodent in the bread. The bread had been sold in various areas, including Ibaraki, Niigata, Kanagawa, Fukushima, Aomori, and Tokyo, according to Pasco. The company, based in Nagoya City, central Japan, also makes rolls, bagels, and muffins. Japan boasts relatively high food safety standards, but the nation has been rocked by food woes recently, including 1,000 school children sickened by milk and 2 people who got sick after eating steak at a restaurant, both earlier this month. Widespread food poisoning from a health supplement product broke out in March and killed 5 people. Holy shit. Oh, that's just the author. I don't want to say that. Okay, and then we also had this.
What gets me about the whole rat in the bread thing, they didn't notice it in the store.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, you don't look at your bread to see if there's mold on it already?
I mean, maybe if you live in a place where bread often comes moldy. I live in America where the bread is flying off the shelves so often that the turnover rate is just so high. I've never had that issue.
Or at least examining the bread for their sell-by date, so you buy the newest one.
Yep. So, in addition, Japan now has a convenience store that can be towed by a car.
That wheelbase on that trailer seems awfully narrow.
It's a convenience shed.
Somehow less efficient than just ordering it from Amazon. Anyway, there you go. This new innovation brings the food truck, food grocery store to you. All right. Map of Mexican restaurants across Japan created by the Mexican Embassy. Does this look at all appetizing?
Yeah.
If you told me that was rat meat, I would absolutely believe you. That looks horrible.
It's just meat in a shell.
Well, it is technically Mexican, so.
Ooh. Despite the depth and deliciousness of Japanese culinary traditions and domestic innovations, it's not at all a country that's immersed to foreign cuisine. That feels like a weird word to use. Immerse? Anyway, Chinese, Indian, and Italian food are so broadly popular that they're hardly considered ethnic foods. And Vietnamese, Thai, and French options are common parts of a big city restaurant landscape too. Look, nobody goes for French food. You go for French bread, right? Like, nobody actually wants escargot. But many people will tell you that the hard mode for looking for a place to eat in Japan is searching for a Mexican restaurant. Really? I guess because they don't really like spicy. Compared to cooking
curry.
Yeah. But they have Japanese curry. I love Japanese curry, actually. Compared to cooking from Europe and elsewhere in Asia, Mexican food hasn't made nearly as deep of inroads into the dining scene in Japan, as is often lamented by North American expats when cravings for a taco or quesadilla hit. Of course, it falls to the Mexican embassy in Japan to address this cultural crisis, and they've done so with the creation of a map of Mexican restaurants across Japan. Look, I would eat this. I would eat... Is that... What is that? Maybe I wouldn't eat that. Yes, I would eat this. I had to make sure that wasn't like cooked crayfish or something. I'd eat that. I don't even know what's on it.
What they told you was rat meat.
I don't think I would eat. You know, if rat meat looked like that, fuck yeah, I'd eat it. Maybe without the onions.
Just call it Pokemon.
I don't think I would eat this. Okay, this looks disgusting. That looks even worse. I don't want to touch that. Gross. Blech. All right, anyway. Let's enjoy Mexican food in Japan, begins the tweet from the embassy's official account, along with a link to the pin-studded Google map they've created that shows more than 200 Mexican restaurants in Japan, which can be seen below. Oh, shit! Japan's being invaded! I wonder which area has the most Mexican food. Probably right here in Yokohama area. Tokyo. That's it.
So is that where we're going to be taking our OCA podcast trip to Japan?
That'd be funny. We take a trip to Japan and only eat foreign food. Why couldn't we have done a trip of just convenience store food? I like how there's one way over here in North Korea. Oh, hold on, that's in China. Why is this one included?
China has one Mexican restaurant, so they included it.
What's over here too? Oh, that's part of Japan. Wow, Okinawa? What? What?
You didn't realize
is it that far away? Holy shit. If you asked me to point out on a map where Okinawa is, I would have assumed it was like right here.
Yeah. I knew it was definitely on the left, and obviously I've known that it's far south, but I was told that on TikTok that there was like a whole other I don't know what you call it, group of people that lived there, and they had their own language and everything, and Japan like invaded them and took over their culture, and so have like assimilated them into you are Japanese now essentially, and if you were born there and you speak there and whatever, like they have a Japan calls it a dialect, but it's like it's actually a mix of the original language that isn't fully like squeaked out of the culture yet.
Where's Ryukyu? Is that down here?
I don't know what that is.
It's the tiny island that Mugen is from in Samurai Champloo. Anyway, you learn something new every day. Meanwhile, we're supposed to be talking about Mexican food. The densest clusters, as you might expect, can be found in Japan's biggest cities such as Tokyo, Nagoya, and Osaka. But even if you find yourself in the mood for Mexican food as far north as Hokkaido, or as far south as the tip of Kagoshima, or even down in Okinawa, the embassy's map has a recommended restaurant for you. As is often the case when cooking styles cross international borders, some of these restaurants have adapted their recipes in the interest of better appealing to Japanese palates. But the embassy says the map represents everything from the traditional to fusion Mexican cuisine. So wherever your tastes lie on the orthodox to arranged scale, this map can help you. And if you're more of the do-it-yourself type who says, I can make my own Mexican food, if only I could find some good tortillas, holy shit. Another article. All right. Any words to say about Mexican food?
Nope.
I like tacos.
I like tacos.
Did you guys have that commercial in the States?
Which one?
I guess it was. I think it was a AT&T commercial, and like it was. I think it was a Super Bowl commercial, and they're having a taco day at work, and he walks around, and everyone's like, "Oh yeah, we're all eating tacos," and he's like, one of the guys like, "I like tacos," and then he gets mad at some other guy for not inviting him to the taco night. And then, like, as he's arguing, like, why didn't you invite me? He gets a ding, and it was the text message that he sent, like, the guy he was arguing with sent like 10 minutes ago saying tacos. But he's on a shitty cell line, so he got text late.
I'd be mad too.
That was pretty good. From Master Sword to Aster Sword.
The Master Bader Sword.
Why did you just shake your mouth up and down sometimes?
So what?
Talking to Randy, shaking his mouth left and right, just shake his head. Just agree sometimes.
All right. McDonald's uses polymerization on Yu-Gi-Oh! Hello Kitty for Happy Meals. What is polymerization?
That's how you fuse them in the original.
What?
Fusion.
That's what it's called.
Yes, the card to fuse things is called polymerization.
How do you think Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon got made? He's a fusion monster. You take 3 Blue Eyes.
Further beyond.
No.
This is already out in Canada, and it's probably almost done if it's not already done.
Are you going to search for the golden dark magician girl? Kitty?
No. I'm not going for this at all. If anything, you would be going for this, because you are all about Yu-Gi-Oh!
You are gaslighting me, mister.
The amount of Beignet cocaine I have on me, man, like...
You bought that Millennium Puzzle thing, right?
That is true.
All right, let's talk about Japanese...
Yet to buy that.
Let's talk about Japanese burger chain Mos Burger, starting a record label. I hope you have the song queued up, because the one I have on the dock is the old version. hint, hint, get your ass together. Japanese burger chain Mos Burger starting a record label for musician fast food workers. Imagine the level of cope it requires that you actually have to convince people you can still do it. Your dream's not dead, but I also need you to come into work at 4.
I gotta stop you. The cool 2T, all OCA hosts are appreciated. A cool $10.
Oh, that's wonderful. I love that.
Thank you, cool TT.
It'll be awesome though.
Is he a patron? Like the amount he's paying us, he could be like theoretically $1 patron, for 10 months.
Don't give him any ideas. It would be so cool if everybody was as generous as the cool 2T.
Be like the cool 2T.
I have somehow lost.
Be cool like the cool 2T.
Oh, here it is. Okay. All right. So they say Japanese burger chain Mos Burger starting a record label for musician fast food workers. Would you like some funk with that? I thought that was the Cerveza Cristal. Diversification is often the key to success in business, much in the way that a struggling playing card company by the name of Nintendo eventually found its fortunes in fat plumbers and duck hunting. And with fast food restaurants fighting the tides of rising food prices, Japan's signature chain Mos Burger has decided to embark on a bold new venture. Mos Records, a brand new record label, has been launched by Mos Burger and is currently accepting applications from aspiring artists. The only catch is that you have to be a Mos Burger employee to be signed by Mos Records. That's how they keep you.
As soon as you quit, you're out.
Your music has hit the #1 chart, so we're so proud of you. Just remember, you can never leave. However, those accepted will be given the full ride, including supervision by producer Toshiyuki Ebihara, support for the production of songs and music videos, global distribution on all streaming services. Oh, like that's that hard. And perhaps most importantly, promotion through Mos Burger's already well-established social media and conventional media channels. The latter will include a debut concert in the company's test kitchen. All right.
We got rid of the health benefits, but gave you the record deal.
This is open to all employees, regardless of age, gender, or nationality, and covers all types of musical expression, including dance. Oh, God. I call it patties of happiness. They'll even provide matching with other musicians. So if you're a kick-ass bassist without a band, they can help. In addition to, just imagine like you're like Metallica levels. You're like, so how'd you all get started? Well, we all worked for the same burger joint. Like, they'll even, they can help. In addition to branching out into a new industry, Mos Burger hopes this program will help to attract talented individuals into their human resources, and give the work environment an overall boost. Readers of the news also supported the idea. Is there a brightness button? There is. Oh my God, I was at less than half. Cool. That changes everything. And I just put powdered sugar in my trackpad. Fortunately, I got it out with the Q-tip that I previously used to get a bubble of Coca-Cola off my keyboard. Okay.
You got to break it in somehow.
Readers of the news also supported the idea in online comments and appreciated the cleverness of it. Quote, I like that they're recruiting from their own staff. Quote, I like to see companies starting to do interesting things. Will Mos Burger be a career path to the music business? Musicians need to work, and Mos Burger needs musicians. It's a win-win. I think musicians need to build up fan support over time. There's no easy way in. Even if your music doesn't sell, you still have a job. There's probably a lot of talented people already working there. Applications will be accepted until the 31st of May. Oh, no. No, that hasn't passed yet. Judging and selection will take place through the month of June, and production will begin in July with the debut date for their first artist or artists set in September of this year. And while this is currently limited to those working for Mos Burger, the company says they plan to open it to the general public as well sometime in the future. If not, we'll have to get our own musically inclined writer Seiji behind the grill in a last-ditch effort to make his dreams of stardom come true. Wow. Why don't we play a song we wrote in honor? How did the song even come about, by the way?
It was because of the Happy Meal toys for Yu-Gi-Oh!
That's right.
I said that Foodnum would love those Happy Meal toys. And then I was told, no. Random 11 is the one that likes Happy Meal toys. And I said, but this is for Foodnum. And then I made the song for Foodnum and his gay Happy Meal toys.
Let's hear it.
In the land of golden arches, where the fries are always hot, there's a secret little club that's destined for the top. They're the pride of every Happy Meal, the finest in the room. They're the
5-second outro.
Wow.
Do you want to hear another one? So I made that one first, but it didn't have enough Putnam in his gay Happy Meal toys. So I made another one, and I didn't really like it, so I kind of just didn't. I left it alone, and it was whatever. But then
Can you guys see this?
See the screen share?
Yeah. Do you see this box right here?
No.
For some reason, this box came up, and it says advertiser-friendly content guideline updates on adult content. Oh, that must be the MP4 that's right behind it. Yeah, it's the baby, the baby video. Go ahead. Anyway, if you guys want to hear the happy, was the Golden Arches song? It's embedded on the dock here.
Rainbow Brigade.
Rainbow Brigade.
Rainbow Brigade.
If you want to hear the Rainbow Brigade song, it's embedded on the website. I will update it with the more updated extended version soon.
It's only the 5-second outro that's added to it.
Oh, well, important.
Do you want to hear the second song or no? We'll save it for another time.
Bring it on.
All right.
In a world so diverse, where love knows no bounds, Putnam embraces his truth, spreads joy all around. With a smile on his face and a heart full of pride, he makes happy meals gay. Love cannot be denied. From the golden arches, love shines bright and clear. Rainbow colors dancing, spreading love without fear. The toys in the meal representing unity and glee, a symbol of acceptance for all to simply see. Celebrate love. Oh, won't you come and join the fun? In Putnam's world, love is for everyone. Embrace equality. Let's stand side by side. With gay Happy Meal toys, love fills us with pride. Oh yeah. Putnam's rainbow realm, where dreams take flight and soar. Each toy a beacon spreading love forevermore. In every joyful meal, a tale of love is told. Embracing diversity in colors bright and bold. Celebrate love. Oh, won't you come and
Wow.
So that second one was, I generated the lyrics, well, for most of it, with Suno, but Suno's version of the song, it was like, okay. But I took the same lyrics and put it into Udio, and I liked that one, so that's what that was. That was from Udio.
What do you know? How about the in painting? We get this.
Vote in the comments which one you think is better.
Definitely the other one had a much better chorus. Rainbow Brigade.
Yeah.
Shining
bright.
bright.
Spreading love from day to night.
All right. Cool. Let's get back to this. Actually, before that, let me tell you guys a little bit. First of all, I am on a new laptop. I would just like to point out I have heard every video we played. My Wi-Fi is hotel Wi-Fi, and it's at one bar, and I have had no stuttering with the mouse when I'm screen sharing. Life is good. However, when I got the new laptop, I plugged it in where I normally stream from and noticed I was not getting internet speed. And it turns out that somewhere in the wall, from the router down into the wall, the cable is somehow compromised. So I actually, for the last couple streams, was doing the podcast on my Wi-Fi in a Wi-Fi dead spot. And I did my speed test for the Wi-Fi, and it was 0.01 megabits per second. Okay? It was so fucking bad. I took my laptop upstairs without Ethernet, and I was at 300 megabits per second. The problems are now solved with the podcast in terms of I got myself. Ow! Why? No.
New problem.
But new problem. No, the new problem is the very next night after I got the laptop. Actually, that fucking night, the top part of the toilet downstairs next to the office, full on centimeter wide crack, just boom. Like I think there was a earthquake or something the night before, and it like weakened the tank or something, and it just popped the tank. Water poured out all night and flooded my downstairs. So currently I'm in Dallas. I'm streaming from Dallas.
So that's what it takes to flood your downstairs, is it?
Yes. But it will probably be a couple more weeks before I'm back up and running at home. Just a heads up. Anyway, boy, this is a great look for me with the Delta Airlines headphones, like right up in my chin. Anyway, so back to this. Let's get into our MISC news. Vietnamese arrested for crashing a konbini with a forklift. A konbini is the Japanese word for convenience store. So he crashed into the konbini with a forklift and stole 100,000 yen. Also, just one more time, I'd like to give a shout out to Sankaku Complex, who always has the perfect image to go with the article. They are a true inspiration. So a 23-year-old Vietnamese national who was arrested on May 3rd, a 23-year-old Vietnamese national was arrested on May 13th on suspicion of theft of a forklift, which he used to crash into a konbini and steal 100,000 yen. According to the police report, on April 16th, the man is suspected of having stolen a forklift from a company in Hamamatsu in Shizuoka Prefecture, which he used to crash into a Lawson convenience store that was closed at the time, and stealing approximately 100,000 yen in cash. The Vietnamese man, who was indicted on May 10th, was arrested on April 20th for breaking into a drugstore in Hamamatsu and stealing 2 change machines containing approximately 300,000 yen in cash. The number just keeps going up, right? The suspect has remained silent during the investigation, and the police are currently investigating for additional charges. All right. Any thoughts?
Nope.
All right, cool. Let's talk about a Brazilian woman who was arrested because she brought her dead uncle in a wheelchair to sign a bank loan.
Nice.
The woman, Erica Vieira Nunez,
Why
brought
do they
the
have
old
pictures
man
of it?
who had been dead for hours into the bank and asked him to sign the papers to obtain a loan. Imagine how cold you have to be that you die and their first thought is time to get that bank loan. Your body's
cold
still
enough,
warm.
clearly.
A Brazilian woman was arrested for attempting to obtain a bank loan using a signature of a dead 68-year-old man. She took him to the bank in a wheelchair. Yes, you read that right. According to the police, the incident took place in a Rio suburb on Tuesday. The woman, Erica Vieira Nunez, wheeled the man, who had been dead for hours, into the bank and approached the teller. She said the man, who she claimed to be her uncle, wanted to secure a loan for 17,000 reais, which is approximately 2.71 lakh, whatever the fuck that is. I'm reading it on like some Indian website. So. You'd be surprised how hard I had to look for ones that contained the pictures.
I'm surprised they exist.
Apparently, there's a video.
Mm.
Is she like Weekend at Birding?
Yeah, Weekend at Bernie's right here. She's fucking puppeting his head.
Ah! Do it to tell her, like, I think my client brought in a dead person. Like,
keep your head up, Unky. Oh my god. The man's eyes were shut as his head swung.
even if he was alive, there's no way a responsible bank would take that as a legitimate signature.
Yeah,
we have a code red over here.
Like, she must have got there
like
quick.
she tilts his head forward, his mouth goes agape. Like
for the rigor mortis not to set in that quick, like.
Right. At least he's in that swell Calvin Klein drip. Like, all right. Something tells me there's not going to be anything.
Showered him too, because like as soon as you die, you like shit yourself.
You like you vacate your bowels or whatever.
Yeah, so like unless he just smelled like shit.
In an attempt to coax a response,
like a couple hours because you had to clean them up first.
Yeah, in an attempt to coax a response, Nunez was heard saying in the security footage, "Uncle, are you listening? You need to sign." She then suggested signing for him, stating that the man was unresponsive due to his nature. "If you're not okay, I'm going to take you to the hospital." Ha ha ha. Nunez is heard saying in the CCTV footage.
He just died? Oh no.
Yeah. Oh no.
He died right after he signed that.
When asked about his pale face, oh, thank you, Dom LaCour, posting the uncensored version. Holy fuck!
Are we allowed to show this? Are we gonna get Jake Pauled? Or sorry, Logan Pauled.
Wow. He looks like he just awoke from the tomb. Holy shit. I don't feel so good now. When asked about his pale face, she reported saying, "Not well." However, the bank staff became suspicious when the man's head kept falling back when Nunez stopped holding it. They immediately called the police, who arrived at the scene and arrested Nunez on fraud charges. Listen, if you're going to commit a fraud, you got to get him a turtleneck with a bar supporting his head stuffed in the back of it. Like,
is that like not desecrating a corpse or something? Like, because like fucking around with a corpse is also a crime.
She dressed him up.
Yeah, but I think that's usually like when you're fondling the corpse.
Yeah, necrophilia.
The corpse was then taken to the morgue for further examination. Nunez's lawyer stated that the man died at the bank. Police forensic analysis determined that he had died earlier. She tried to pretend to get him to sign the loan. He already entered the bank dead. Police stated they would investigate the man's death and find out Erica Vieira Nunez's relation to him. They will also investigate other relatives' involvement in the suspected bank fraud. God damn it. I wanted more to the story.
Cool.
Let's talk about the eunuch maker. Notch's side job.
Hold on.
What's up? Was there a
Cool
comment?
QT says code dead.
Yeah. Instead of code red. Yeah, so apparently Notch got $2 billion from Minecraft and then went back to Sweden to cut dicks off men. Anyway, it's not Notch. It just looks like him. The eunuch maker who broadcast mutilations of men jailed for life.
Ouch.
Yeah. The mastermind of an extreme body modification cult who performed dozens of irreversible mutilations on other men broadcast on his eunuch maker website has been jailed for life. What if it turns out the body modifications and the men who got unicized are literally just transgenders who couldn't afford the surgery, so they went to this guy to do it, and he was just a sicko who said, yeah, fuck it, I'll do it.
Tell your friends.
Marius Gustafsson, a 46-year-old Norwegian living, that's what it was, Norway, living in North London, that's what it is, London, was sentenced to the Old Bailey on Thursday for running the grisly and gruesome enterprise alongside 6 of his co-defendants. Gustafsson was described by prosecutors as an arch manipulator of vulnerable men who raked in around £300,000 from the website's 22,841 members who paid to watch videos of his barbaric underworld surgeries and sexual torture on others, including those performed on a 16-year-old boy. He was involved in at least he was involved in it with at least 30 mutilations of men between 2017 and 2021. The former LGBT activist kept trophies of his surgeries, which is hyperlinked.
Oh my God.
In his basement flat and sold severed genitalia at eBay-style auctions on his website.
Is he former because they kicked him out? Or does he identify as he left it?
In December 2017, he tied up and electrocuted a then 16-year-old boy before using a clamp, normally reserved for castrating livestock, on the teenager's genitalia. Clear evidence of cannibalism. It just keeps getting better.
No.
Whoa, this might be the SpongeBobiest of SpongeBob articles. Caroline Carberry, KC, prosecuting, admitted it was impossible to know the full scale of Gustafsson's offending, and that as well as body mutilations, there was clear evidence of cannibalism. On one occasion, he grilled a pair of human testicles in a skillet for an artfully arranged lunchtime salad with roasted potatoes, cashews, and pistachio nuts. Gustafsson, who is disabled, after willingly having his own penis and leg amputated. It just keeps getting worse. Wearing a checkered shirt appeared via video link from HMP Wandsworth. He sat with his head bowed for much of the hearing. Judge Mark Lucraft, KC, said, Gustafsson, on the evidence, you are very much the mastermind behind this grisly and gruesome enterprise. The business setup was busy and lucrative. He said that Gustafsson had, quote, recruited like-minded people for the large-scale, dangerous, and extremely disturbing enterprise. The environments were far from sterile and performed by people without medical qualifications. Human butchery. Oh. So, oh my God. Okay, there's at least one more twist to the story coming up. He said Gustafsson and his 6 co-defendants were motivated by a mix of sexual gratification as well as financial reward. You get paid for that? Like, and described the Norwegians' actions as human butchery. Quote, consent is not a defense to what took place, and many of the victims may well face lifelong issues. Not having a dick, yeah, that's an issue.
Transphobic.
That's going to be a problem.
It doesn't get better with time. 6 of Marius's co-defendants, none of whom have any medical qualifications, were also sentenced at the Old Bailey. David Carruthers, 61, Janice Atkin, 39, Peter Waits, 67, and Ian Valentin Seeker, 30, were sentenced. Oh, fuck, I'm tired. Were sentenced for causing grievous bodily harm with intent. Carruthers
This is making you real thirsty, I see.
Oh, fuck. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Carruthers, a former hospital porter at Ceredigion and Mid Wales NHS Trust, was jailed for 11 years after helping remove the testicles of 4 men. Did you, or did you not say that 6 of his co-defendants, none of which had any medical qualifications, yet it sounds here a former hospital porter helps remove the testicles of 4 men? Janice Atkin, a former academically brilliant veterinary science student at Liverpool and Bristol universities, was jailed for 12 years after helping remove the testicles of 3 men and severing the penis of another.
But not academically brilliant anymore. Definitely.
He was formerly academically brilliant.
Yeah.
Now they know he was cheating.
They revoked her degree.
Peter Waits, I think the guy, but yes, Peter Waits, a former member of the Royal Society of Chemists and Gemstone expert. A gemstone expert. Yep, that's tiger's eye. You can tell because if you squint, it resembles a tiger's eye. Was jailed for 12 years for helping mutilate 7 men. Waits has been spared jail previously after officers found a significant quantity of ammunition at the home he shared with his father in Surrey in February 2022. Human testicles in butter spread box. Forensic officers also discovered a pair of human testicles kept in a Flora butter spread box marked bolete mushrooms with the instruction, do not defrost.
Oh, God. How rotten would they be?
Waits, who grew up in Burma before emigrating to the UK, is the former head of the Gemological Association of Great Britain, whose work was once cited by the Victoria and Albert Museum. Ooh. Big fucking deal. He knew his gemstones. He knew the family jewels. Ian Seeker, a Romanian national who worked at a hotel in Gretna Green in Scotland, helped Gustafsson sexually torture one man and clamp the testicles of another. He was jailed for 5 years and 8 months. Ashley Williams, Carather's husband, who worked alongside him at a passport office in Wales. Okay. Oh, no, Ash. Okay. No, I don't understand. Is Ashley a guy's name now, too? Ashley Williams, Carather's husband, who worked alongside him. Yeah, Ashley must be a guy's name in Britain. At a passport office in Wales, was jailed for 4 years and 6 months for helping remove Atkins' testicles with the aid of Gustafsson. Oh.
It's not just in Britain.
You sure it's not a transit thing?
Ash Ketchum is Ashley Ketchum.
Yes, my son. How could I forget? Stefan Scharf, a German national, was arrested at Heathrow Airport while trying to fly home to Frankfurt. He was also jailed for 4 years and 6 months after helping Gustafsson remove the testicles of one victim. Scharf, who is also said to have been involved in the body modification scene in Germany. Oh. The Old Bailey heard previously Gustafsson had a history of dishonest offending in his native Norway, having received 2 suspended jail sentences for fraud. One might say they're not sending their best. Kate Mulholland, CPS specialist prosecutor within the London Complex Casework Unit, said, quote, Marius Gustafsson ignored the risks of performing unnecessary surgery on vulnerable men for sexual gratification and financial gain. He actively recruited participants through his website and was paid to stream the footage of these barbaric procedures.
Oh.
It's practically a snuff film. Whilst the victims in this case all seemingly consented to surgeries and amputations, the victim who bravely reported his assault to police expressed serious regret. Consent. Regret. What does this sound like? Regarding his procedure and the lasting impact it had upon him. It's called Fuck Around and Find Out, you dingus.
Well, I mean, if that was the 16-year-old, right?
Yeah, it did say that the 16-year-old was electrocuted too.
Yeah, they say electrocuted. That means death by electric shock, right? So, I mean, he's dead. This clearly emphasizes why practices are unlawful. It's almost like you're making the case for not cutting the dicks off of trans youths.
Don't go there. That's
the severity of
topic
in Canada.
Definitely in Canada.
The severity of today's sentence should act as a warning to others that performing extreme body modifications is against the law, and the CPS won't hesitate to prosecute these horrendous crimes. Wow.
It's hilarious. Like,
truly.
If we do the body modification, it's perfectly legal. But if you do it, nah, that's illegal. If we decide to kill you, that's legal. If you decide to kill you, that's illegal. Come on.
So sad. There can be no mistake. Yeah. Was her uncle Joe Biden? Yes. Seb says ghost. No, he says I can't look. Right, that's what that is. Anyway, I hope you didn't know those people, Seb.
AC
is bad genes. What? Yes. That's it. I said the gene I inherited from my dad is that I can't do any form of exercise for more than 2 minutes without being drenched in sweat.
Genetics.
Yeah. Anyway,
Sonos will replace all the workers, just like
Suno. Just like the kiosk. Suno meaning the song thing.
Everybody Raise your letters, yeah. The first gay Happy Meal song was but a tribute to the second gay Happy Meal song. Possibly.
Oh.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the soda that turn the freaking Happy Meals gay. Much better than the This Is My
Noto Square song.
Even spoofing woke content is better than woke stuff.
Do we need to play the Kyle song again about the Taylor Swift song? Oh.
I still think the OCA podcast song is the best one out of all of them.
I think the Random 11 love song is the best one, actually.
That Tickle Your Jingus.
Old man says it sounded like I was saying that I'm wearing my dad's sweaty jeans. Oh, because I said I inherited his sweaty jeans. Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Yep.
All right.
Here you go,
I'll
son.
take it.
I just took these off, but you can have them now. Dad, the church sweats. That's the point.
Oh, shit. We got to do the Paranoia Agent Watch Club. Over here, I'm like, all right, good night. So I finished it on the plane, and I like the show. It is very strange, and it is somewhat hard to follow in some areas. There's like some questions that it doesn't feel avant-garde to have made the choices they made. I'm just confused, right? So, for example, I'm pretty sure Little Slugger died in custody, right?
No.
So the kid who had the Chunibyo idea that he was like a knight in shining armor.
Yeah. Okay. So that guy died. Yeah.
Yeah. But he wasn't Little Slugger.
No.
Little Slugger never existed. Is this correct? Little Slugger was Moromi's creators.
Yeah.
That was my interpretation.
It was her imagination that created it, and then the kid just happened to look like him.
So let's not try to rationalize or like understand or like all that. Let's just like, oh fuck, why am I breaking out in highs? What the fuck? Bit by
your dad's jeans, God,
man. Anyway, yeah. So let's just kind of talk like what I like about it is that there are some episodes about it that like I like the way it pursues kind of like let me take a step back. I think that Paranoia Agent is a great localization title for it because the story as it kind of unfolds is about paranoia, right? It's about people being paranoid about Little Slugger, about other like struggles they have in their life that they start to create a mental illness over the whatever they're dealing with, right? So for example, the kid who wears the roller skates and carries a bat starts to get paranoid because he was seen as like the Chad around school, and then the loser kid starts to get under his skin because people start to like somebody else, and so he kind of loses his shit, right? So I kind of like that episode, and I like the episode where the ladies are all together telling stories about Little Slugger that don't make any sense. I hated
that one so much. God damn it.
And then I can't remember the. I can't remember the other episodes.
I remember really liking the one with the three people who made like the suicide pact.
That's the only.
That's probably the best episode. Yeah.
That's the only one I liked, and it's because it had almost nothing to do with him.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I like about it. Like, I like that Satoshi Kon just wants to tell surrealist stories so badly that he will make a show to get them serialized for him to basically do a what do you call that? Not an anthology or whatever. Not like a compilation, but like an anthology or whatever. And then just loosely structure them into the timeline with Little Slugger, right? I also think Little Slugger is a fucking amazing localization name compared to Shonen Bat. Like Shonen Bat is the stupidest name. Young Man Bat, right? A whole great, right? Little Slugger is fucking awesome. Like that is a great localization that sticks with you, you know?
One shonen what do you call it? Shonen bat? Wouldn't that
like a
basically
baseball
just
bat?
be Bat Boy? So
Yep.
Little Slugger, I don't know, seems pretty similar.
Yeah, I'm just saying that Little Slugger is better.
They
Anyway,
probably
so
couldn't
tell me
use
why-
they probably couldn't use Bat Boy even if they wanted to.
Tell me why you hated it so much, Randy.
It was slow.
Mm.
It was slow.
The anime OP wasn't good at all. I don't know. I haven't
Anime OP was fucking incredible.
I'm using the
That was a
Randy
weird-
logic. I haven't actually. I don't know why he.
It was a weird song. I wouldn't say it was a great song. I wouldn't listen to that song.
Oh,
I like that one.
The whole idea of like the first couple episodes were like, okay, we're getting through them, but like, okay. But then we started getting into like the whole thing where like it leads up to the person getting attacked and then then it cuts to like after they're attacked and we don't see what happened and it's like, okay, it's building up to something and then it like just never did. It's like, yeah, it was what you thought it was. It was just like the guy hit him. We just didn't want to show you that for whatever reason. And I guess like it didn't show you who was hitting. That was the big thing. Like, is the Little Slugger person real, right? And it really never answered like, okay, if it is a figment of people's imagination, is it an embodiment of that in the real world, or is the idea that it's just everyone's making up this story and we're seeing all these different copycats and like what we see in the anime as Little Slugger doesn't exist at all. Like in the later episode when it starts getting huge and slashing the house of the detective's wife, was that just her lashing out at her house for getting up, like being upset that she was sick, or was there actually a manifestation of Little Slugger in her room swinging a bat around?
So
right?
I'm a big fan personally of stories that don't explain themselves if they haven't kind of made it a point that like they're going to explain themselves. You know, like if you're going out of your way to make your thing grounded in reality and there's a plot point you'd never explain, especially when you bring it up like it's important and you're going to explain it, but then just fucking don't, that's infuriating. But when it's a supernatural element that you never explain, I'm 100% okay with that. Like, I prefer that over the explanation because oftentimes the explanation ruins, you know, the mystique. You know what I mean? So, I would say I think
cosmic horror aspect of it.
Yeah, like I think that the show, I think the strength of the show is in the earlier episodes.
Yep.
Where I think the strength of the show is in the earlier episodes where Little Slugger is seemingly a real phenomenon that people are dealing with and it's a mystery, right? And so you're kind of interested in seeing where it goes and you're interested in why is he targeting these specific people and all that stuff. And I think that the show starts to lose its stride, although it gets batshit insane simultaneously while it's doing this, and that's partially fun to watch. But I think it loses its stride later on, where it is going a little bit like out of left field with like the guy loses his job over investigating Little Slugger, and then the assistant like detective kept his job, or at least kept on the trail of Little Slugger, and figured out how to fight him as he was becoming a kaiju, like kind of thing, like.
Yeah.
So that just gets a little bit weird. I will say that I think that the difference between, like, how many episodes at a time did you sit through?
Probably 2 or 3 at least.
Really? Okay. Because I was going to say,
It was
I think
really
the show,
difficult
I
for me
didn't
to
have
get
a.
through. Like,
Well, I'm just saying I didn't have a hard time with it.
Uh-uh.
I'm saying I didn't have a hard time with it, but I was pacing myself. So I was going to suggest that if you watched it 2 episodes at a time, or whatever, you may enjoy it more. But it sounds like that's basically what you did.
I think it's impossible to binge that thing.
I watched it
just
1
sit
episode
there.
at a time on Toonami, and I still didn't like the show.
Okay.
I
guess I don't know. Part of what I liked about it was the presentation.
Made it.
I like the music by what's his name?
Susumu Hirasawa.
Susumu Hirasawa, right? The guy who did the Berserk music. I
It
really
was
like
the same guy. I was gonna bring that up, that it sounded like the Berserk soundtrack.
So
I didn't know
I
that
really
it was
liked
like
that. I loved that about it. I really liked the opening and ending song. And I liked a lot of the characters, but one major issue with it is that there are too many characters that aren't important enough for you to like commit to memory, and they look fucking identical to other characters who aren't important enough to commit to memory, right? So there's the old guy that talks to you at the end of every episode, right? And then there's also the old guy who's trying to commit suicide. They actually look different enough,
Yeah.
But then there's a bunch of other old people, and there's like the guy who's at the beginning, he hit somebody with his car, and he's got like a loan to pay off, and he's all bitter about how like I'm the one suffering after hitting him. I should be the one, whatever. And like him and another character were very similar.
Journalist guy. The journalist
The
guy
character,
and the pedo cop. Those guys look
yeah,
the
so
same.
he was a cop, right?
Yeah.
But he wasn't the cop. He was a different guy, right? And then, so like it was convoluted. The guy who was like into his daughter and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the pedo cop guy, yeah.
Yeah.
And his daughter and the guy with the rollerblades, like when his daughter gets hit and wakes up in the because in the first few episodes they're hinting that there's a link between all the victims. And so I'm sitting there trying to find a link. There's no fucking link. It's all just random. And then there's a whole thing about like, well, is that old lady someone important? No. The one that was like by the first girl that got hit. And then so all these people are now in the hospital, and I'm like, okay, like paying attention to who's in the hospital, and okay, well, it wasn't them because they're in the hospital, And so the kid with the rollerblades that hated the fat little kid gets hit and put in the hospital. And then like an episode or 2 later, it's the pedo guy, and his daughter gets hit and put in the hospital. And she wakes up from the bed with no memory. And she looks like the rollerblades kid. I'm like, which one's that? Oh, this must be his daughter, because anyway, there was an issue of multiple characters looking like other characters in the same show. That's a little difficult to handle.
You should watch Joker Game. That's everybody's got basically the same face.
At least they can recognize different cough sounds, Reese.
And the pedo guy was actually difficult to tell that it was the pedo guy.
Yeah. I think he was the one who suffered the most from looks like other characters.
Well, and
And
then when
sounds
they
like
did the
other.
flashback,
Mhm.
like he looked completely different almost.
Yeah.
I had to go back and watch it again. Like, wait, that was that guy? Like, it was the same guy that was watching his kid? Like, fuck.
I agree. I agree. There were definitely parts of it that were less than ideal. I think there are strategies in television and stuff. You know, like for example, the reason Tom Cruise does not wear a helmet in The Last Samurai is so that you can immediately identify which guy on the battlefield is Tom Cruise in every scene, right? The reason that cartoon characters wear the same outfit in every episode and don't change their hair is so that you recognize them based on their silhouette alone. Which character is them?
It's also the fact that the animators don't have to draw different fucking costumes.
So if you are going to do something where you have a bunch of characters who like, oh, this guy kind of looks like this other guy, you have to do something with that character, right? Where like you have to give them a very different way of like their like idol stance has to be different, like drastically different, so that when you see them as a silhouette, even if it's like, oh yeah, well, there's two guys in my show, they're both bald. Okay, but one of them is 3 feet taller than the other. Oh, then I don't have issues telling which one is which. You know what I mean? So there are ways to do it. And I just feel like the show missed the mark a little bit on that because it went for a more realism approach for the character designs. Meaning that...
I mean, the screenshots I saw you guys posting, I don't know if I'd say realism.
Meaning that none of the characters had blue hair, for example.
Oh. And because it's Japan, they're all like black hair, black.
Yeah, they are all Japanese, so they all have dark hair. They all look, you know, in Satoshi Kon's like stereotypical style of what a Japanese man looks like when he's older, you know, and so I definitely see that there was a little bit of an issue there, but for the most part, just as a means of putting it on and just kind of experiencing sort of the surrealist ideas of Satoshi Kon, I think it's a fun watch. I definitely don't think you need to watch the entire series to get your fill, though. You know what I mean? Like, you can watch, just sitting down and watching an episode or two, I think scratches the itch, you know? And I definitely think his movies do a better job of delivering like the full story with the itch scratch, you know?
And the episode where it's the animator trying to deliver the animations.
The cell. Or the...
Was it? I thought it was a complete recording because the whole fucking thing.
Yeah,
the videotape. The videotape. I'm thinking of the thing where he was handed the painting and he just folds it up, breaking it.
Yeah,
that whole episode.
I'd have murdered that guy.
I think it keeps going back and forth in time, and it was so hard for me to follow what the hell was even happening, because he's in the car and then he's like fucking something else up, and then he's in the car again and then he's fucking something else up, and it's like, what is going on?
Yeah.
And then by the end of it, it's like everyone's dead. I don't know. The other episode I liked was episode 5.
Quick question.
Where they went into the like crazy realm.
Let's come back to episode 5. Let's go back to the animator episode real quick. So, if Little Slugger is a figment of the imagination of the girl who designed Moromi, and the show starts with that girl being tasked with creating a new character, then that baseball kid in the animation episode is Little Slugger. That's the additional character she creates. Yeah. So in the animation episode, right, you see the animation that they're creating at the beginning of it. And it's Moromi talking to a baseball player who drops his bat, right? And he's like, I'm no good at this, right? And it's like rolling away into the water or whatever. So that character is Little Slugger. And like, because it's the same as Moromi, right? That was the thing. Little Slugger is the same as Moromi. It's a character created by the girl.
Yeah.
Right? So she creates this character that then kind of like explodes into this like, you know, phenomenon. And it's literally that animation character that everybody died in the studio making. There's more questions than answers in this watch club. Anyway, Greenline, what are your thoughts?
I gave them to you. I found the show incredibly boring. I was interested because I had heard this show was talked up in the circles that I was in to no end. It was like Paranoia Agent. Like I heard online that this show was the shit, right? So I went in with the perspective of my expectations being pretty high. Maybe that was part of the problem, but like, you know, the first few episodes were fine, but after a while, I got really bored. I was like, okay, I don't, the serial murderers, whatever, Little Slugger. I just kept getting more and more disinterested as the story went on. I was
You're gonna get it in your computer. Don't do that.
Tip it further.
I was very bored. I made it probably like what? Like 12 episodes in?
I made 12 episodes of the 12 episodes?
There's 13.
Maybe 8 episodes in. I didn't finish it. It was on Toonami. I watched it like 1 episode a week, and I was still
Episode 8 is the suicide one.
Okay. I was very bored. I just didn't care about it. By the midway point, I was just very tired. I was like, okay, I'm not. It's a very artsy series. It's like, you know, like you're describing of like very art house.
I think there are parts of it where you're tempted to just kind of dismiss it as being whatever. But I think there's some other really profound things in it that you don't immediately realize how profound they are, right? Mm-hmm. So, for example, in the episode where they have the suicide pact, the two guys have decided to kill themselves. And they invite a girl they meet online who also wants to kill herself. But then they meet the girl and she's a child. And then these grown-ass men who have decided to kill themselves rationally understand we can't let her kill herself. She's too young, right? So, like, even though they've decided to throw their lives away, they can't let somebody else do it who is younger and more innocent. Right, and I just thought that it was
like that smoking commercial where there's this kid who is like, "Hey, got a light or whatever" to the smokers, and they're like, "No, you shouldn't do that. It's bad for you." And blah blah blah. Then why are you doing it?
Exactly. Yeah. So I just think that it's kind of like an interesting look at, you know, the behavior that humans do that we know is not a good idea. That we do right? Like the amount of beignets I've just eaten, for example. And then random 11.
The sad thing is that we realize that they've been dead the entire episode.
Yeah, when they notice they don't have any shadow.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to rewatch that whole episode and find out if they didn't have a shadow the whole time.
They probably never showed the ground on them.
Probably. So, random 11, you were talking about episode 5.
Yeah. That's
Remind me what happened.
That's the one where they're talking to the fake Little Slugger, or the guy that looks like Little Slugger, and he's explaining his like crazy like rationalization as to why he's been attacking people. and he go and it's like I was the knight of the whatever, and I had to go to, and like they're in like medieval castles and stuff. That was like surreal enough where it was like, okay, it's at least interesting.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can tell a boring story in an interesting way, and it becomes interesting, right? I often think about the fact, like, so that's one of the reasons I like the episode where the girls are just gossiping about stories about Little Slugger, is that a friend of mine once told me, like back in, the time this anime was first airing, that Death Note is so well told that the entire episode can take place at a bus stop and you'd be fully enthralled, right? And I just like, it's really stuck with me, this idea that given the right storytelling tools, you can tell a story in a boring setting and make it interesting, right? So a movie we should do for a watch party is Bullet Train, right? And an example of what I'm talking about is
the old one,
the new one. Nearly the entire film takes place on the train. So if you're watching it, pay attention to the excuse for wardrobe change that happens in the movie, because in order to keep the movie fresh, the characters are putting on a jacket, taking off a jacket, having, a fight where a shirt gets torn or something. And it, like, the look of the character continually changes throughout the movie, to where it's like each time they go to the next chapter in the book, like, things are visually different to keep it interesting. And they do it so flawlessly that, like, that alone is something when I watch the movie, I'm paying attention to and I enjoy. Right? I look forward to seeing the clever ways that the creators were able to do what is effectively the Coco Melon, change the scene every 5 seconds or whatever thing. You know what I mean? So I think that this show kind of also does that when it comes to, for example, the gossiping women, and then also the episode episode 5 that Random 11 was just talking about, where it's like, by giving me this fantastical thing, you've effectively done so in conclusion, and then everybody starts paying attention in your talk again, right? When you the magic words. And so I just think that there are some parts about it that I really dig. I just think that he thrives even more on the big screen versus on the television, right?
My problem with the gossiping lady episode is I was still in the thought process of like, well, that episode, I think that happens after that's episode 9, I think, like after the suicides thing, because it's like a bunch of episodes happen, then the suicide thing happens, and then from after the suicide one happens, where Little Slugger's like not in it, Little Slugger from that episode on turns into it's no longer a real person, and it's like a myth, right? And so
Old Man made a couple comments.
One sec. My problem with that,
I thought you were finished.
Yeah, my problem with that was, like, as they're talking, I'm still trying to figure out. I'm not in the he's a myth now mode. I'm still trying to figure out, okay, who is he? Why is he doing this, right? And all of those stories were like, are these made up? Or are they real stories that actually happen? And like, oh, I heard, he's giant and he like killed all these people, and he wasn't killing people, right? And then he started killing people, right? Before he was just hitting them on the head and they'd end up in the hospital. I
Yeah.
think this was the first episode where he started killing people.
That was the animation episode where they started to actually die.
No, I thought it was the gossip one happened before the animation episode.
I didn't think any of the gossip stories actually were true.
That's what I'm saying. But in the gossip
Yeah.
ones, some of them died. And then so they would all start their dumb story like, "Oh, did you hear? Don't tell anyone." "Oh, no, I won't tell anyone." And then when they got around to that new girl, they'd always not believe her for whatever reason.
So and that's so let's address Old Man's comments real quick. He says, "Isn't Paranoia Agent an allegory about mass psychosis? The thing is, in Japan, there is a belief that evil thoughts and stories can become real. It is how evil spirits and dark gods are born." So you can interpret the story. The way you can interpret the story is that it starts as a psychosis. Then the people embody the psychotic killer in reality. Then it becomes like a dark god. But it's all left to the viewer to decide. It has been a long time since I saw the anime, though. This is the impression it gave me at the time. Every time I thought I figured it out, the story would change. Right? You can tell a story in one location and make it interesting. Is the premise for many Seinfeld episodes, right? So regarding the concept of the way Japanese ghost stories and stuff exist, is that like they do believe that dark thoughts and that they can manifest as like evil spirits and whatnot. So one thing I feel like really would have done a good job to kind of emphasize that is in the episode. I think it is it's not the story, the gossip one. It's the one with the wife of the policeman when she's first introduced, and little Slugger starts becoming giant, like he's like 8 feet tall. If they kind of did, but they didn't really push it far enough. I think it would have been really valuable to have him start looking more kabuki, right? To have him look like a kabuki version of Little Slugger, because I feel like the ghost stories and stuff, that's kind of what kabuki did, right? Is that like it told stories that were legends and stuff that made them into like a more tangible, frightening urban myth, right? And I feel like if they had drawn Little Slugger in his giant form with like big hair and dynamic posing and stuff, that it would have come across more like he's becoming that dark myth and all that. You know what I mean? So, but I do kind of see what Old Man's saying, because that is sort of what it is like the idea that the creator of Moromi, whose real name I cannot fucking remember for the life of me, that she created Little Slugger, and this all stemmed from the stress of having a one-hit wonder and not being able to live up to your own legend, right? And that's basically
how Toshikon felt.
It may be, yeah. I mean, I don't know what I would consider his one-hit legend unless it may be Perfect Blue, you know. Let's see. We did them in order, right? Perfect Blue,
Millennium Actress,
and Tokyo Godfathers.
Millennium Ass Fist.
I definitely think that Perfect Blue, for me, when I think of his work, like that one stands out compared to the others. And then Paprika
to me is not very good.
When I think of Paprika, I think about Perfect Blue in the sense that it leaves you with a unnerving feeling, right? And there's shocking imagery in it. Like that's like the first anime I saw with full on pubes, right?
See, even you're saying that.
Everybody remembers their first.
Yeah. Although the fucking scene with there's a little bit of pubes in Paranoia Agent, which Like, I fucking spit my soda out at my TV when I saw that shit when I first bought the DVDs from Geneon back in the day. That was graphic. Holy fuck. And it's like, I love how the guy's like in the internet hotel and he's like, okay, fine, I'm done. You can have it back. And these little, like, they look like they're like not even 8 years old boys are like crowded around the computer in the internet cafe where a porn image starts loading in like a 90s dial-up connection. And it was graphic.
Get as far as the pubes.
What's up?
It didn't get as far as
I
the
think
pubes.
it did. If you look closely, they're not like, it's not like a big thing of bush, but there's like hair. Like there's like a little like strands here and left and right kind of like a shaved kind of pubic area. But I just remember that being like super shocking when I watched it, or because I just was not fucking expecting that from a TV anime. Yeah, I just like, I don't know. It's like, I definitely think there is some aspect of that with Satoshi Kon possibly feeling like he was also under the pressure of living up to his own legend.
Pubes in his anime.
Yep, the pubic hair talk.
He couldn't live up to perfect blues bush, so he sadly had his decreased bush in Paranoia Agent to symbolize.
Well, I don't know why. I guess what I would say is that his style, the style of the unnerving, like
pubes.
He has a M. Night Shyamalan style of creating an unsettling atmosphere in his movies.
Plot
and I feel like he did that in Perfect Blue, and he did that in a different way in Paprika, a more fun way in Paprika. And I think that's why those films stand out to me, whereas Millennium Actress is like, every time I sit down and watch, I'm like, yeah, it's pretty good. But like, I don't crave that the way I do Paprika. You know what I mean? Like, I like watching Paprika because it is the precursor to Inception. You know what I mean? Like, the stuff that he explored in that environment is just like breathtaking to see the mind at work, you know? And the music is like on a whole different level than all of his other stuff. Also, Susumu Hirasawa doing the music for that too. And it's just batshit insane. And the amount of fucking animation happening on screen with the parades and shit in that movie is just like a feast for the eyes, right? So I think Paranoia Agent, excels in some episodes at capturing that essence of, this is fucking weird. Like, there's something weird about this that I like, but I don't know how to describe, right? But I just don't think that it captures it as well as Paprika does, right? I think Paprika is his quintessential, like, if you want the stuff that I like the most out of Satoshi Kon, that's the movie where you're going to get it, right? And Paranoia Agent has some aspects of it, but not enough. What's the short he did for the Animatrix called? The haunted house one?
Beyond.
Do you remember? Beyond? Yeah. So
I think he,
you know. Yeah, so he did that one. He also directed the trailer for Berserk, if you can believe that. Or he edited. He edited the most famous trailer that's out there for the original 97 Berserk series. Mr. Nice Guy used to joke that there's a what do you call it? A stray frame in that trailer where Satoshi Kon was editing and he left the frame from the previous shot in the cut. So it cuts from one shot to one frame of a different shot and then a couple frames of the next shot kind of thing. So I don't know.
He's not listed in for the Animatrix on
I'm pretty sure he did.
On my anime list.
So who did that one then? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Hold on. If Kone's anime career truly started anywhere, it started with Magnetic Rose, the first of 3 short films in Katsuhiro Tomo's Memories Omnibus. Kone didn't direct Magnetic Rose. It was helmed by Koji Morimoto, whose excellent work is mostly limited to shorts like The Animatrix is Beyond. Okay, so it's Koji Morimoto, and based on a snippet of manga by Otomo, it is Kone's piece in many important ways. So who's Koji Morimoto? I am shocked. I would have sworn. Looking it up. It's crazy how little it seems like Satoshi Kon actually did in the industry for like how well, respected he was,
He storyboarded Tekken Concrete.
Tekken Concrete, yeah. He also directed the scene, my favorite scene in the original JoJo's Bizarre Adventure OVA, where Dio gets in the taxi or whatever with the senator.
Oh yeah.
And he runs out of the car and goes through the whole street and ends up back in the car. Yeah. Let's see.
Not seeing who listed for JoJo's.
I'm looking right at it. Screenplay, episode 5. Storyboard, episode 5. Episode director, episode 5. Composition cooperation for episode 6. And key animation in episode 2. So he did the script and setting for Magnetic Rose. He did key animation for Master Keaton. Millennium Actress, obviously he directed that. Opus, manga, story and art. Paprika, Paranoia Agent. Are you Oh, this is because it's in alphabetical order. I was like, did we fuck up? Fat Labor, the movie, did layout. Perfect Blue. Rojan Z, key animation and art design. Seraphim, manga. Tokyo Godfathers. Tropic of the Sea. And, oh yeah, he did that Yume Miru Kikai, which I don't think ever came out, right? Did that never come out? There was that one movie, I think it was this one, where he died in the middle of it, and they've had like 8 different directors come on, and nobody can fucking, pull it off. Yeah. I think it's this one, Yume Miru Kikai. Dreaming Machine. Yeah. Anyway, do you guys remember how he died?
Was it suicide?
I don't think it was.
Something. Well, I might be getting that impression because of how mental he is with all of his
right.
stuff.
Died of pancreatic cancer.
That's right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Shortly before his 47th birthday.
Yeah, I remember he died shortly after Shin-Chan's creator died. At least in my memory of everything, I remember feeling like I had just gotten over hearing about Shin-Chan's creator dying in a hiking accident or whatever, where he fell off a cliff. It's so fucking morbid. Oh dear Lord. Ass dancer. Ah! Imagine he gets to the top of Mount Fuji. He's like, finally. Ass dancer.
I remember years ago, some people were talking about a super depressing anime or whatever, and we're talking about how the creator killed himself in real life and stuff like that. I don't know what that would have been then.
I don't know.
So what I've gathered here is that you're saying Paprika is going to be the only enjoyable Kon work.
It's just my favorite one. I like it a lot. I
so are we doing that for the next Watch Club?
No, we're doing Akiba Maid War.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's
then we'll do, which reminds me I should start getting that so I have it up for the plane ride.
Oh, fuck. I don't have that. I need to... Damn. Well, I guess you know what I'm buying.
That is a fun ride. Holy shit, I watched that.
Oh, I know. I've seen clips online. Like, holy shit! I don't know if I'm mentally prepared for this shit.
So anyway,
there's infinite good screenshots in that series.
Oh, is it?
well, I better take my sweet ass time so it stretches over enough episodes.
It's 12, right, Reese? Or 13?
There's infinite, incredible, like perfect screenshots for the header images. Like there's plenty in every single episode that would be.
Yeah, but he's asking how many episodes total.
Oh, sorry. 12 or 13, one or the other.
Okay, I assume so.
Anyway, I have to get up in a few hours to host a seminar. So
I have to get up in a few hours. By the way, you've been staying up with us, which is the dumbest idea.
It's 12 episodes.
Wow. I didn't think you guys would want to do Paranoia Agent without me.
Yeah, that's true.
I did bring that up before we started, so yes, you're right.
All right, cool. Well, I'm glad I managed to get in here. I would have been in here sooner, but I thought my boss's exact words were, "I'll message you in a moment." Regarding, he was going to give me his luggage. I'm taking his luggage tomorrow back with me for the checked bag. And never messaged me. I'm just sitting here. The stream is literally playing, and I'm just waiting to jump on. And then somebody knocks at my door. I'm like, I didn't tell him what room I was in. I open up, and it's my coworker. He's like, yeah, boss man said to give this to you. Like, oh, okay.
Wow.
Well, all right then. Anyway, all right, I guess that's it. Let's quit while we're ahead. Thank you guys for watching, and I don't have an outro
I thought we
planned.
would be done in less than 3 hours, but it's a 5.5 hour stream.
Fools. All right,
AC
not so easy, is it? All right. What song do we play?
Let's play the intro this time. We didn't do the intro after the OCA podcast song.
So the regular intro?
Yeah, the regular intro.
Okay, here we go.
We didn't even play the Trump ad.
You didn't play the Trump ad? Oh, fuck.
Because we played the OCA podcast song.
All right, we'll make a compromise.